Okay. Just bear with us, folks. We're going to get the things on quite quick, and then we can see how best to open the phone line so that you can put in your call. Now slow share this tonight, man. Okay. I'm back to D4. Just keep listening right down to go that way. We are trying to get this thing some set up quickly, and then we keep the ball rolling. Okay.
My people, a long time, Top FM 105, 3 we on the air. Leader shout, Sheku Koroma. Roma ready, in the play. Alex D. We're back there. He back to differ. I beg to differ, my people. If you're not correct, we go talk and so. From 9 o'clock to 12 midnight, we sitting here, we ready to fight. No palaver, no fear inside. True talk, we not go high. Call Mr. Judge Nubo, bring that sense. Veteran smithing, no nonsense. What's right, talk and clear, pet. Money no place, feel anything, yeah. If you wrong, she don't say ah. River G, how decide? For me country with the life. Name my people, they are ready. Grand mass are steady, steady. From push to come from up.
Welcome to the program with
I beg to differ, my people. If you're not correct, we go talk and slow. From 9 o'clock till 12 midnight, we sit here ready to fight. No palaver, no fear inside. Good must talk, we not go hide. I beg to differ, my people. If you're not correct, we go talk and slow. From 9 o'clock till 12 midnight, we sit here we ready to fight. No palaver, no fear inside. Good must talk, we not go hide. FIFA, people, people, people.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters across our community. Welcome to the program where voices rise, opinions matter, and conversations make a difference. This is not just another radio show. This is a platform where people speak freely, share ideas, and challenge perspectives in a respectful and meaningful way. Every night when the clock strikes 9, the airwaves come alive with discussion, debates, and powerful voices from all walks of life. From the young to the old, from students to professionals, from community leaders to everyday citizens, everyone has a chance to be heard. This is the place where your opinion counts and your voice matters. Speak up. Speak out. Be heard. Are you ready to share your thoughts? Do you have a question to ask? Do you have an idea that can help move our community forward? Then don't stay silent. This is your moment to speak. I beg to differ. Hear the call. One strong voice can change it all. From 9 p.m. till midnight time, join the talk and share your mind. We talk about real issues that affect our daily lives. Education, health, business, youth, empowerment, leadership, development, our community board. We discuss the challenges we face and the solutions we can create together. Every opinion matters, and every voice is respected. Yeah, let's talk.
From 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. The conversation continues without fear and without favor. We listen, we learn, and we grow stronger as a community. Whether you agree or disagree, your voice adds value to the discussion. Together, we can build understanding, promote unity, and inspire positive change. I'm back to differ, proud and clear. The people's voices gather here. Speak your truth and take a stand. Join the talk across the land.
This program belongs to you. It is your platform, your microphone, your opportunity to make a difference in your community and beyond.
Make a difference.
Make a difference. So prepare your thoughts. Get ready to call in and be part of the discussion that shapes opinions and strengthens our society. Let your voice be heard. Let your ideas shine. And let your message reach the nation.
Stand up tall. Your voice can make a change for all. From 9 p.m. till midnight hour. Join the talk with truth and power.
Tune in every night from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. on Talk FM. I beg to differ, where every voice matters, every opinion counts, and every conversation brings us closer together.
Good evening, Mr. Nomo. How you doing?
Okay, how about you?
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Cassell.
Assassin.
Mr. Duba, how you doing? Good. Mr. Wulu?
Yeah, Chief, how are you doing?
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, the computer trying to freeze tonight. Alright, so while waiting on others, I would like to go to the phone lines here from the caller tonight. So everybody come on, we can start the show.
Okay.
Alright, so folks, that's it this evening here on Top 105.3. We'd like to welcome all of you to the program I beg to differ. If you're following us on YouTube, Facebook, we'd like to say welcome. Keep sharing this live and don't you go away. Keep it stay. Let's keep doing this together here on Top 105.3. So if you are there, we'd like to go to the phone line, activate the lines. Let's hear from you this evening. What is it that you want to talk about? What are some challenges you guys are going through in your various towns and villages that you want to flex out tonight? It's about time that you put in your calls. And let's hear from you. 0776105105 881-143504. 0776-105-105, 881-143504. And let's hear from you this wonderful evening hour here on the program I beg to differ. 0776-105-105, 881-143504. Let's go to the phone line and pick up this person. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. What's going on?
What? I want to let I just came. I just got in the house. I want to log in.
Alex was on, but it looked like he having problems.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will be logging in right now.
Yeah, so only Mr. Cassell and myself here.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, guys. That will be right there.
Okay.
In here, yeah.
All right.
That will be in right now.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right, that's it. Hello. How y'all doing?
Doing okay. I'm doing okay.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
I kind of apologize for running this late. I don't know what's going on, Alex, but
yeah, but it looked like you having a problem.
yeah, okay. I hope it's not raining out there in Zwedru,
Well,
because that would be the only reason why.
that's the rainy season now.
Yeah, yeah, that's the rainy season. But yeah, man. So today we do have a lot of interesting show. As a matter of fact, I want us to start off with the AFL. Have any of you seen the AFL video, gentlemen? First of all, let me not. I came late and I'm jumping right.
I saw the one where they asking a guy to read a flip chart. No, I sent it to you on Facebook.
Look, it is funny, embarrassing, but revealing. But hold on. Oh, Cassette dropped. Okay, I don't know why he dropped. I hope he comes back. It's funny, but it's revealing, Georgie.
Is it real?
It's real. I know what place one of the videos you'll see it. It is real. It is real like the food we eat.
But that flip chart thing, it looked like women and men, or it looked like they were equal though.
You said what? They were equal?
I mean, the equal number. Yep. I saw a lot of ladies. And they were reading it, but the first guy.
Yes, some of them were very good readers. Yes, you got to give it to them.
Guy with a red t-shirt, he could not read anything.
Oh man, the thing is messed up. The thing is embarrassing. When I said revealing, Mr. Newbold, it revealing in the sense that it shows the level of our educational system, and it shows the exposure and the vulnerability of our country, the foundation of our country. Let's say that. It shows the vulnerability of our country, where we stand to be in the next 10 years. That's what it shows. That's what it shows. Where we go from here in the next 10 years. You can't make this up. You cannot make this thing up. Yes. You ready, kid?
And why they are only doing it in Monrovia?
Oh no, they are divided the place, rather. They are divided the zone into, I think, four different zones. and you have Monrovia. I think Monrovia caters to Bassa, Montserrado, and two other nearby counties. Yeah, so they divide it in that way.
How
So you
many
have to.
players? How many players want to recruit?
I don't know that. I don't know, but it looks like they're looking for a huge number.
Yeah, but if you had if you are looking for a huge number, then it's all be county by county. But
I
somebody,
think
let's say somebody from Cape Mount might want to join, but that person cannot pay his or her way to go to Monrovia. Yeah. It's Redwood is another center. You think somebody from Maryland will go to Redwood? Who will pay away? Somebody from Grand Crew. Somebody from River G. They are the ones that got millions of dollars now. So it's all do a better plan.
I know. That's true. All right, Casa is back. Bring him on stage. I don't disagree with you. I think, but when you look at the way they explain it, I think that they have a very good grasp on it, and it looks like it's going to come a real fine because I have not seen, any Liberian entity disorganized in doing things, but the military seemed to get the act together. They did it with the 72nd operation. It was organized and it went well, regardless of the fact that people did suffer losses. But from the military end, it was organized. They took the time. You could see it, and they're doing the same thing with the recruitment efforts. Everything looks organized. My only point there is, and we'll highlight that too today in the conversation. But let's do this, man. Let's just start the show quickly. Mr. Casa, how you doing today, sir?
I'm good, Mr. Wright. How are you?
Excellent. How is Arizona today?
No, I live in Nevada. It's pretty warm.
Yeah. It's pretty warm. I don't know if you guys ever get cold weather? I don't.
Yeah, this winter was extremely cold. It was almost like the East Coast.
Oh wow!
Because you see, we're close to Utah.
Yes.
We're close to Utah, and Utah is a fridge. And then we're close to Idaho. Those are all cold places. So.
Exactly. Yes, they are. Yeah. So is it the whole state or certain part of the state? Is the one that closest to?
Well, I live in the southern part, which is close to LA and that area. Yeah, but the entire state. It's even worse in the northern part. That's why it gets real cold, because that's why you have Reno.
Yeah.
And people go there to, ski and all that.
Right. Okay. All righty. Well, good to have you on, man. Good to have you on today. Today we got a lot of great discussion to go through.
Okay, let's do it.
All righty. Mr. Nuwa, how's the city of Burning Love today, sir?
It's looking great.
Okay.
It's looking great, but I will come back on.
Okay.
I'm trying to contact somebody.
All right. Sure. Absolutely. So I wanted, Mr. Casa, I wanted to start this. So I want to start with the military recruitment. I don't know if you've seen some of the videos online today. Have you?
Yeah, I saw some of it.
Okay.
And I just hope it's not a knee-jerk reaction to the situation with Guinea.
You know what? That's a very good point. I didn't look at it from that perspective. But if it is, what do you think would be wrong with that?
That's something that we should have built that capacity long since. And who knows, maybe Guinea would not have tried what they tried the other day. And I'm surprised that yet that they're still occupying that area. But when I say knee-jerk reaction, I mean nowadays, and we're seeing it happen in the America versus Iran war. They've got this war concept now that they call. I mean, America is not going to face. I mean, Iran is not going to face America. They just can't do that. So, but they can make the war harder for America, and that's what we see going on.
Yeah, asymmetric.
Asymmetric warfare. That came from what was the Chinese war general? You seem to know that sort of stuff.
Yeah. 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 So let me roll a video. Let me roll a video, watch it, and then we'll start a discussion around this topic. Because I think it is important that we look at this as part of our first discussion today.
The viral video showing part of the Armed Forces of Liberia recruitment process. The footage captures a segment known as the Read What You See exercise, a basic but important test used to assess focus, awareness, and responsiveness among recruits. However, the issue sparking debate is not the exercise itself, but the decision to make it public. Many citizens are now questioning whether such moments should be broadcast or streamed online, especially given the sensitive nature of military recruitment. Critics argue that exposing recruits during evaluation can create unnecessary pressure, turning what should be a controlled environment into a public spectacle. There are also concerns that individuals could face criticism or embarrassment based on their performance. On the other hand, some voices are defending the move, saying transparency plays a key role in building public trust. They believe that allowing citizens to see how recruitment is conducted helps promote accountability within national institutions. The result is a growing divide in public opinion. Should military recruitment processes remain private to protect participants, or should they be visible in the spirit of openness? As the conversation continues to unfold, one message is becoming increasingly clear. There is a need for well-defined guidelines on how and when sensitive security procedures are shared with the public. Until then, the debate remains active and far from settled. Follow Marthaline TV for more updates.
Alrighty. I think
Concerns are rising
the video
across
really,
social media
it
following
really
the
brought it
release.
home. Let me start with you first, Mr. Cassell. I think you first of all raised the issue of knee jerk as a motivation. But do you agree with what the commentators say in the video there? That first and foremost, we shouldn't be making this public. And secondly, that it will expose individuals who may not be able to perform well on this test, and that there's a national security implication to this. What's your reaction to this video?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that sort of stuff about recruitment that was supposed to be kept secret. They're not supposed to come out and announce it to the world that we're recruiting. The military is bringing in new recruits. We don't know how our neighbors will take it. We don't know how the Guineans will take it. But yeah, it's not only nowadays. It's not only about bringing in new recruits, but you got to have the military capacity, the capability to protect your country. And like you and I were saying earlier, now warfare has changed dramatically. Asymmetric warfare, that's what it's about. Guinea wants to fight Liberia. I see them marching. They're showing all these, I don't know, ballistic missiles and all that. Nowadays, it means nothing. All Liberia needs to do is have a very, very good supply of you know, drones, and those drones will be equipped with small missiles. You know, why Guinea showing $1 million war tank, you know, with XYZ. You just have something very simple. The how to call it, the Ukrainian has shown us how effective that is when they went and obliterated you know, the Russian military planes. The Iranian has shown us how effective it is. You don't fight war on the terms of what your opponent wants you to, how your opponent wants you to fight. You just come and, you know, find a different way. Find a different way. I mean, Guinea could be coming towards us, but those drones could be sabotaging the military installments in Guinea. So it's, yeah. But to answer your question, it's I guess think they were not supposed to announce it. That was supposed to be kept on the download. But nowadays, in the age of social media, everything goes viral. So that's the world we live in.
Yeah, but we live in America here, Cassell, and we see the process here is much more transparent and open to everyone to see. I mean, recruitment center, you go there, people walk in and out of the place. You see boot camps, these things are done. People, you see all the processes there. I grew up in the BTC. I know how the process was done, and they are open process.
Yeah.
You know, so why now? Why should it be closed now? I think the only thing that I see that are different here that I didn't see during my time in the BTC was the reading process. I didn't see that reading and comprehension part done openly, but everything else was done openly. Everything else was done openly.
Yeah, what's done openly also is telling the world telling the world how many soldiers that we have. Yeah, those are the things America can afford to do it. I mean, that's kind of like the number one nation in the world in terms of military capability. Nobody can stop them. So they can afford that because it's done in America. We don't have to do it. Sometimes we have to customize things to our own reality. You just don't say, oh, well, you know, they did it in America, so small Liberia should follow suit. I disagree with that.
Well, because honestly, this is marketing. This is marketing, Cassell. If you show the process, some people might get enthused by it, and they will come and join. Trust me, that process is show to the rest of the country and to the rest of the world. There are many people, many recruits that are going to show up just because they want to be part of that process. And on the flip side too, it could shy away many people who may not be, who would find it very challenging, especially that reading part. But I personally, I take a different view towards that. I don't think it was wrong to do. I think it should be transparent. Let the recruitment show that we are choosing the best amongst the rest, and that our military, when all is said and done, will be one of the best in the world. Mr. Newell, what do you take on the video, sir? We'll go on to the next point on it.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was some guy I know I wanted to invite. He is a former military man, and I think he posted something on Facebook.
You know, you remind me of something just now. You remind me
I texted him one William Philip Anderson. Yeah, he was in the military before, and he posted something on a Facebook, and I was trying to, I messenger him, hoping that he will respond to see if we cannot get him today, to see if we can get him another time, because those are the veterans. Yeah. Those are the veterans. But today, I mean, I got discouraged that Facebook's book thing I sent to you. I got discouraged. And the first person, I mean, or could not even pronounce a word from the flip chart. And then some people came on, including females, and they did good. But my number one is that when they were doing open recruitment, that time we didn't have internet. Nobody even felt that there was going to be something like internet. And today we have internet. Everything that happened in Liberia, you'll be here and see it. Even you will be the one to inform some people in Liberia. So this happened yesterday. It was, how do you know? Yes, so no, I think we should have done it undercover, like what it did early time. I think it cost over $200 million to build an army, but it was not done publicly. Even though that time we had internet, though it was not as pronounced as it is today. But let us, I know we are mad. I know we can have a message that these are the centers we have. I differ with them. I want for the recruitment to be done in every county, not centers. And radio announcement be made that the recruitment for Grand GEDEH will be done in Zwedru from Monday through Friday. So a week. Yep. So that's how I look at it. But I was telling one of my friends when I went to Liberia 2004, and I came back.
Okay, can't read.
That's the guy.
Be audible. Want to hear you? Well, you need to read
Can you read? Can you read? No, okay, just calm down. No, calm down. No, let's not go. Just calm down.
No, he's not going out. So when somebody let them sit.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Can you read? Can you read? No, okay, just calm down. No, calm down. No, let's not go. Just calm down.
No, he's not going out. So when somebody let them sit.
Look at it. Assume you are not here. Just assume you are reading till now your car. Just read it. You can. If you can read and write, go ahead.
Want her read?
Read it out. If it's not, it will tell you.
No, you have to read it out. If you don't read it out, then nobody can know. You see a wife?
Stand right on the line and read loud what you see. Read loud what you see. Read when ready.
The textbook contains many pages filled with useful information. Next,
Yes.
the people who will pronounce want to.
Stand right on the line and read loud what you see. Look at the flashcard. Read loud what you see.
Small lamp, the small lamp on the decks give enough light for reading at night.
Run.
Stand right on the line. Read exactly what you see on the flashcard. Read loud.
The brave soldier faces danger with calmness and steady resolve. Run. Next one. Next.
Stand right on the line and read exactly what you see on the flashcard. Read when ready. Loud.
I can read a short story aloud and explain it to me idea. Run. I want to see that running. Run.
Stand right on the line and read exactly what you see on the flashcard. Read loud. Read when ready.
Yes, the teacher explains the lesson slowly, so even every student understands.
Read that again.
Okay, the teacher explains the lesson slowly, so every student understands. Let's go. Next one.
Next. Run. Stand right on the line and read exactly what is on the flashcard. Read when ready. Loud.
The sunset lower in the west and please
Take it again.
Take it again.
the sun sets slowly in the west and paints the sky orange.
Run to the next one.
Run. Stand right on the line and read exactly what is on the flashcard. Loud. Read when ready.
First, then trace over it with a pen.
Wait, stop.
Relax.
I write
Speak out.
with a pencil first, then trace over it with a pen.
Run to the next one. Run.
Stand right on the line and read loud what you see on the flashcard.
They lie, my friend.
Okay.
No. They lie.
Yeah, you can see.
Yes, sir. The village soldiers stand guard at the gate through the night. You are.
Stand right on the line and read exactly what you see on the flashcard. Read loud. Read when ready.
I respect the Lord and follow rules that keep our society safe.
Stand right on this line. That place is full. That place is full.
Yes, sir. That's somebody tell.
Do this one.
Look at the flashcard. Read exactly what is there. Read loud and clear.
I will serve like the Lord with honor, courage, and loyalty, everything.
Roger that, sir.
Next person.
Last person after that one.
Okay, sir. We'll take a break.
Stand right on the line and read loud what you see on the flashcard.
Helps during the times of emergency.
Run to the next one. Hey, finish. One more. One. Is there one more? Yeah.
For million people online.
Stand right on the line and read loud what you see on the flashcard. Read when ready.
The soldier protects the people and helps during the times of emergency.
Run to the next one. No walking here, my friend. Break.
I think that's it. You are muted, Archie. You are muted.
No, I'm saying I'm absolutely excited. Absolutely excited. 90% of the people that went down, 95% of the people, there was only one guy who couldn't read. 95% of them read the flip card accurately. Even though they were under pressure, there was a little bit of duress there, but the administrators calmed them down. And then when they went for the second round, they read with confidence and comprehension. That is great. Mr. Cassell, now you can see why they're doing this openly, because they can eat. I mean, those of us that are watching, it is telling us now that this batch of our military recruitment are going to be some of the best amongst the recruits that are going to come out of this process. I can tell you that, because these people that are taking now, they can read. And they are going to train them even more. Hopefully, they're going to help them to learn how to read better than what they're doing now. Train them along with the Constitution, law enforcement, not just teaching them how to hold gun. We're going to have the best army. Absolutely. What do you make up from the video?
Reading is not a new precondition for being an army. The army set that standard quite a while ago. So it's nothing new. I mean, if you within the military, you have to know how to read and write. That's just part of your, if they gave you some sort of standard operating procedure to provide that's reading, you have to understand how to read and write. So that's nothing new, but it's good that that is still carrying out that tradition. That's what I would say.
Okay. What about I'm not trying to be gender, sensitive here, but I just have to talk about it. What we make of the fact that all the women candidates that show up at the line read perfectly. What does that say about us and about the new recruit, the military going forward?
Yeah, but that every society out there, if it's not a Muslim society, even in the United States, women are more educated than men. You go to Europe, the same thing. So that's nothing new. Women, they just tend to be a little smarter, when it comes to education, and that's something that they see as an obstacle that they need, to surmount. So I saw it. The men tried, but you could see they were struggling. But the women, they were much more smoother. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing that what I really like was the fact that they had pretty much women and men that show up for the recruitment. Yeah. So
that's what we're driving at, Cassell.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fantastic balance. I like that.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Nubo, go ahead.
I saw a total of 13. And the first guy could not read. The remaining 12, 8 of them were males and 4 were females. That's what I noticed. But I still feel that this can be used to drive away, people with combat experience, to come back, people that fought during the Civil War, to come back and join the army. Because some of them cannot read and write. Some of them, they give them vouchers to go to school, to go to training school, to go to the university, and they sold those vouchers to other people, other Liberians. That time I was in Liberia. So it would discourage some of our brave people to come and join. Some of these people were babies, when the war was going on.
Mr. Duke,
And another issue is the recruitment process. I mean, I went to Liberia 2004 when Judy Brown was there. And I was surprised when this guy was jumping up. People were trying to restrain him, because he wanted to whip the police officer. And the police officer, he looked at him like, like he has not eaten for the past 1 month. Little guy. Yes. So we have to look at the caliber of the people too now. Or maybe we can give them good food, or the exercise.
I think what I take comfort in the fact that young people, young women were in that line, and they're ready to step up. And the reason why we should all take pride in this, because this is one of the populated centers. This is Monrovia. All right. Imagine if Monrovia has not produced about 95% on this phase of the recruitment, a passing grade, meaning 95% were able to read the flip cards, what was on it. Imagine if we're not gotten that number of readers, because as they go into the interior, the number is going to dwindle. It's going to dwindle so much that people will shy away from watching it, because it's going to be terrible to watch. I mean, that's how bad our education system is. There's no secret about this. Absolutely no secret about this. So
it's terrible.
Yes, it is absolutely terrible. But yes, the next thing, Mr. Casson, I want to ask. If you look at the video, so I watched the video to our sister station, Spoon Network. Big ups to them. They had one of the reporters in the street. The guy went there early in the morning. Diamond, as a matter of fact, Diamond went there early in the morning, and he was tipping the guys and girls. And the line, if anybody can just have a mental picture of that place, from Raleigh Town Market, from the start of Raleigh Town Market, you know where the gate starts. If the gate doesn't even start from Raleigh Town Market, the gate start. You got to come from the gate and you walk left if you come out of the gate to walk to Raleigh Town Market. I know that area, so I got a mental picture. But the guy and then the line stretched all the way down to ATS. That's how long the line was. Mr. Cassell, what does that tell us? What does that show us? Aside from, I'm patriotic, I love my country, what else does this tell us? What picture is it showing us?
It tells us that Liberia has a high rate of joblessness. straight off their back.
That's it.
That's the picture it paints. You think a lot of those young people, if they were gainfully employed, you really think they would show up in the sort of numbers that you just that you just stated? They weren't happy. Yeah. So that's something the private sector needs to work on. That's something the government needs to work on. Government and private sector, they probably can come together and see if they can come up with some sort of formula to avoid, because the more people you have at risk, especially young people that got nothing to do, that puts everybody at risk in our country. Yeah, that puts every one of us at risk.
True.
So yes, that's what I saw. Going by what you said, I haven't seen that other video, but that's we should all be concerned. Let me just put it out.
We should all be concerned. That's true. And the thing about it, like I said, as we watch this process unfold outside of Monrovia, it's going to even get troubling as we see the images that emerge from the process, because we think Monrovia, the Monrovia Center is crowded. I think other centers are going to be much more crowded than Monrovia. with people. I'm trying to choose my word correctly because these are my fellow citizens.
Grand Bassa County, I can tell you straight up, Grand Bassa County will probably be just as crowded as
some people who would not get.
That's one part. Grand Bassa County is part of that setup right there in Monrovia.
Some people who do not get an opportunity to go to Monrovia, they will go to other centers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, they will go to other centers.
That's true. That's true. Yes. Yes. But again, is it should we worry about it even more? Because here's the thing though, because the people that are already in the service, the people that are already there, the veterans, don't we have a veteran administration already set up? Mr. Noah, you aware of it?
Yeah, for the army you do.
Yes. Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. And how is that functioning, if you know?
My wife just reminded me.
This guy I'm talking about.
Mr. Nubo, 1 second. Casa is coming in.
No, I said my wife just reminded me. She worked for the government some years ago. And then her father was in the military. She was also the superintendent of Grand Bassa County. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she says there's a what, Veterans Bureau? She says there's a Veterans Bureau.
Okay. And how is that coming on? Because you hardly hear about it though.
So what's the status of it? According to her, it's still functional. Very active. According to her, they engage in road work, they engage in farming, other agricultural, activities. So it's a very functional part of the Department of Defense.
This guy was trying to contact. I think he was at one point president of it, the William Philip Anderson.
William Philip Anderson.
Yes.
Yeah,
from Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah, from the late Anderson died. Omer Anderson died. That his son.
Yeah, I heard he's in Maryland.
Yeah, I think he has a project there that he's.
Yeah.
He's working.
So there's a lot of development he's doing in Harper, in Harper City. So yeah, we've got that. But I like what they're doing. Get the young people. The young people are easier to mold. If you bring ex-former rebels, that could, you never know, it could trigger something in their mind. This is what we used to do during the rebel years. So you bring in new people and you can mold their minds as to how you want the military to be in terms of.
I'm not saying people should go and recruit.
But that's what we're asking about the veteran.
Yeah, you don't want to bring no hardcore rebels back because that would trigger a lot. Especially they never went through the rehabilitation process, and then you put them in our environment. Oh no, that's trouble right there.
Even Napoleon Bonaparte, did not kill 20,000 people, but he said by himself he killed 20,000.
But that's what we're asking about the veteran bureau or the veteran administration, whatever that is, they call it there, for the very reason that you just spoke of, Mr. Cassell. We got to be careful here. If you're bringing new people on board, the cost goes up. The cost goes up.
Yeah.
Now, if you have your veterans on the payroll, and they are now now remember now, Honor Elling, there were a couple of demonstrations. Even I think we are the widows of those veterans still want to get their husbands and their wives' benefits.
Yeah.
And I think that is still up in the air. I think you heard about the Brendan Samakar event. Brendan Samakar went to jail because of that.
Right.
Well, he didn't go to jail, but he was sentenced because of that. But he avoided jail time.
Right.
So I think that's the reason why I'm asking. What are we doing now with the veterans?
The
Now
same
we got to
thing-
recruit
The
this amount
same
of people.
thing happened under Boakai, though. Boakai appointed somebody, I don't know, the defense minister or chief of staff, and the army women. They said they didn't want a person. And when I went to Liberia, I overstayed because of that, because no plane was going to Monrovia, no plane was leaving Monrovia.
Yeah.
It was appointment or the Boakai made. So they are still powerful.
Yeah.
And Boakai had to change it.
Yeah, let those, I mean, I'm not saying they should just fully put any sanctions on bringing in veterans. They got some veterans, that they have been, I guess, those that have been screened and found capable, no criminal activity. Bring them in.
And some of them could serve as trainers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You hit it right on the head. So I'm not saying there should be any, blanket sanctions on anybody who fought during the war. That's what I say. If you see some of them very capable, they went through some sort of maybe psychiatric or screening process, and there will be a plus in terms of training the new recruits. Yes, pull them in.
Yeah. Okay. So I just been told that it's raining out there in Zulu, so the station is switched off just to protect the equipment. So we're on our own. Just want to let you guys know that. Yeah. So but yeah, man, that's a good information there, Mr. Castle, from your wife. Thank her for sharing that information with us. But that is my concern, gentlemen. That is my concern, that as we bring in the new recruits, let not forget about those who were already there. Because those recruits will look back and say, oh, if they're treating other people, the people who were here earlier than me, if they are not being treated correctly, what's going to happen to me when I leave the stage? That is the process where what's going to happen to me when I leave the stage. You know what I mean? So let's keep that in mind as we bring in the new people. Let's take care of our old people. You know, so you got to sit on the old model to plot the new one. That is just my my take on that. Are you coming in, Casel?
The new people not coming, I don't think they're coming in to replace anybody. They're just coming in to augment what they already have there.
No, my point is, if the veterans, what I mean, these are the veterans that already came through the process and they're sitting and they're watching. Okay, we are old, but the government not taking care of us. We're begging them to pay our pension or whatever they owe us, but they're not paying us. But yet they are recruiting new people to come in to fill in the gap. The new people look at it and say, oh, okay, but our uncle then complaining, you can't get the money on your own. If we lead to like something they're going to do to us. That is the kind of mindset. I mean, we experience the same thing here in the U.S. Yeah. I work along with the DOD, so I know what I'm saying.
So what's the age limit? What's the age limit in Liberia for the military?
That's a great one. I don't know. I really don't know.
Because some of the veterans you're talking about, those who got, I see some of them. They've got their wives out there, widows and all that. They're most likely in the late 50s, 60s. So there's no value to them right now. I mean, they could probably help with the training and stuff like that. But to be, I guess active military, that's what I want. Yeah, they can be mentors, That's what my wife just reminded me. Say, yeah, they can be mentors.
Yeah. Okay, so the age just says between 18 to 35. That's what it says here.
Okay.
The age It's between 18 to 35. Yeah, which is not bad. America didn't put on 42. I don't.
Yeah, America just bump it up to 42, right?
Yeah, 42. Just bump it up a few days. So yeah, that's good. That's good. Alrighty. So now you brought in the Guinea stuff, Kasser, and I really want to engage you on that. As far as planning goes, let's say, for example, let's just choose what you said. This is a knee-jerk recruitment that the government says, oh, look, Guinea already, shame us if our own people and the rest of the world. We got to recruit because we're going to augment our force.
Yeah.
What does it do going forward? Are we going to just rush the people through the process and just put uniform there and say, okay, we got to, I'm going to beef up Guinea Sea right now. We got to have a 5,000 force now. We used to have 2,000, but we got 5,000 now. Don't try us. But it's quantity supplanting quality here as we go along. And what does that mean?
That's a very good question. And I think the first thing that the Liberian government is doing that's good, besides the knee-jerk reaction that I spoke about, is that they're trying diplomacy. And diplomacy will draw itself out, who knows, maybe 1 year, 2 years. And if Guinea decides that, they're not budging, despite the fact that we have all these documented proof and evidence that the land that they now occupy is part and parcel of the Republic of Liberia, then we can take it to the next. We can take it to the next step. But nowadays, as you and I, before the program started, as we mentioned, asymmetric warfare, it's a lot different. It's kind of like David fighting Goliath, but David finding so many different points of weakness on Goliath that he can hit on. So the fact that Guinea is like, I don't know, maybe 3-4 times the population of Liberia means nothing in terms of warfare. If we know how to execute, if we have the right, the right technology driven military architecture to fight them. It means, it's look what Iran is doing to the United States. Look what they're doing.
Talk about Ukraine. Talk about Ukraine first.
Yes, Mr. Dubo, you are saying?
I say talk about Ukraine first. Ukraine and Russia.
Ukraine and Russia. Just make it difficult that they that's why we say what we put ourselves in the business here for. That was what he need Trump. Right now he like, why? And he get invested with Netanyahu, get invested with it. Why you put me in this sort of situation? Yeah, that is a metric warfare. I won't come to you. I know I can fight you, face to face. You're 200 pounds, you're so muscle. No. So Guinea say, well, we got all these military hardware. Liberia say, well, we've got our technological weapons that we can deploy in terms of drone and other weapons they have there. And would make life hard for you. And you will regret that you ever came across that border. First thing, you attack their military bases. While they run into the Liberian border, other Liberians coming through the other side coming into Guinea. Guinea never fought a war before.
Yeah.
They never fought a war. And you go coming to Liberia, people that 14 years went through a war process, military and guerrilla, that the people you want to fight, they put that in you to get your hell. Instead of being afraid, and you say you're playing frisky.
Okay. Yeah,
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did, but I don't know if I would use that as
no, I just went with Liberian to Liberian talking. I just went off now on our Liberian talk.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
so because your man Yo, man, what do you call it? The same argument you're making. What's the name, man? What am I on the man? The LBS guy, man. What's the name of people? Oh, Fagon. Fagon made the same argument you're making. You know, oh, but man, Yeke, you don't know. Not Yeke, you say Conan. Conan, we've been fighting war for this and that. We got a hardcore man, and, you know. Yeah, that's true. You know. I mean, we're not trying to show you the military.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, let's go. I want us to listen to the vice president for a minute. What I'm trying to do, we're going to go at least 2-3 minutes, and then we're going to come back and then respond to what he said, and then go back again and play for 2 because it's a 2 hours long program, and at least I want us to cut at least about 15 to 20 minutes out of it, and just be able to we'll go from the middle, and then we'll go to the end of it, and then we'll get most of the gist of it, and then we're going to be form our opinion through our analysis on it. So let me roll it, and then we can listen in.
Yes.
Is it from my end? But it's kind of low here to me. I can't hear him correctly.
Very low.
I think it's from LBS. Yeah.
But I already seen. I got a link.
You do? So you formed your opinion of it already?
Oh yeah.
Mr. Nubo, what about you? Have you seen this?
What I saw, it was maybe 2 minutes or less, where he talked about the Jikotan incident, and they said Christian and Mandingo people were fighting.
Mr. Vice President.
Christian and Muslim people were fighting.
Okay. So saying you're listening, I haven't listened to it, but I'll go off of what you said. Mr. Casa, let's start with you then. Let's see. You bring us up to speed.
Well, what he was saying basically was what I said before, that the rod of diplomacy is there. He talked about the familiar ties, the cross-border familiar ties between Guineans and Liberians. He even mentioned this area in Nimba where you have Mana people that are from Guinea that really got cousins in Liberia, in Nimba, and that's the story of that's the story of I wouldn't say only West Africa, but of Africa. In 1884, 85, you all know about the Berlin Conference. European kings, and they drew these boundaries. They didn't care about tribal, about the various tribes that were there. So, because even the people that came to Lofa, the Guineans that came, right across that waterway, the Gisi people in Liberia, they got cousins in Guinea. They speak the same language.
Yep.
So that's pretty much what he was saying. And, like I said, he mentioned the fact that diplomacy is the route to take. There's no need for government to come up with any sort of militant statement towards Guinea. Let's just try the diplomacy and keep our fingers crossed. It just might work.
Okay. Mr. Nubo, what did you get out of it?
Well, just like what Mr. Cassell said, because in Maryland we have Grebo people on the Maryland side, and on the Ivorian side, and I feel that I know those people, they vote on both sides, depending on who have an election, which country have an election. They cross the border and vote with their kinsmen. So no, that's what he was talking about. No, that when you cross the border, no, you say you shooting, or you might be shooting your own relative or somebody, from the Liberian side, no relative. So that's what I got up from it. And then he, in a sense, he was saying that we blow things out of proportion, because I remember the Jacobtown incident where they said a Christian and a Muslim were fighting, and he said, the argument started with two person, and it was said to be Christian and Muslim war. So I think I mean, based on his position, he has to be tactful of what to say on television. And what Amara Connor said, I later on learned, because I felt that he said it after the debate, the day after the debate. But from somebody from the government said, no, he said that during the debate, that there's the strength of Guinea army, there's the strength of Liberian army. They have this, we don't have this, we don't have that. The few millions they give them, and that's what they're using to recruit now. And maybe the national security issue, because 3 to 4 million, or they can't use it for just recruitment. So they need to equip themselves. We need to equip ourselves. Time of peace, prepare for war. So we have to prepare for war now.
What do you make of some of the things that he was saying, Mr. Nubo? Some of the question was asked to him, and he would say, "I'm just hearing it." What does that tell you about him?
It's
How
not,
can a vice president?
It's not in a segment that I watched, though.
Right. Well, I was just playing before. Let me go back in so you can listen to that.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Maybe increase your volume too.
My volume's all the way up. All the way up.
Mr. Vice President, I will let Emmanuel come in. We wanted to treat it as a discussion. We will transition to other areas.
I wanted to know, in essence, Mr. Vice President, who is benefiting more for doing businesses in Liberia, and how does the climate look like for Liberian businesses in essence?
The climate is very bad for Liberian business. I can say that. I'm a business. Hello. I'm passionate about this because this is my area. Normally I can joke with people and say, look, I'm a real area there, I'm an entrepreneur. I came to hustle and say, God bless me, I read the level. But as soon as I finish, I'm going to back. Because that's somewhere I got passion. If I sit here, we don't fix it, and I go back there, my friends will say, my man, you are there, you don't help out with the thing, come by or anything. You're going to be talking to somebody else. And that's why I say with the speed I'm moving with the president's support and the president's instruction, unless the president slow me down, because he's the only person that can slow me down, what for him, we are moving.
Okay.
That brings me, sorry,
go ahead,
you're
Kelly.
concerned about the business climate. Prior to the start of the session of the government, there were concerns about MedTech Scientific and CTN. What has changed? Because they're still operating, that's one. Secondly, I'm receiving reports right now that CTN has stopped all brokers from making CTN payments in the country to pay overseas.
So that's a news to me. We're going to look at that. What is the problem with
Mr. Nubo?
What payment? What payment?
CTN and MedTech. CTN and MedTech has stopped all brokers in the country from paying local and now they're paying overseas. So you see, that's news to him. He's just hearing it. Well, before you answer that, Mr. Nubo, just as a vice president, so he's a businessman. Myself, I did business too. I mean, he did it in practical. I did it in the classroom. But one thing is true, that you still have that basic understanding. And here's where I think the vice president is playing political gamesmanship. He is saying, first of all, he recognized that the economy is not good for Liberian businesses. Okay, it's not good for Liberian businesses. But Mr. Vice President, this is your year number 3. 1, 2, 3. In this very powerful position. You always boast that I left my business to come here. Before I came to politics, I was a businessman. But you've been here 3 years now, sir. You never wanted to go to the business community. I want to sit down with you and ask you what's going on with you today. Do you have credit lines? Are you getting discount on? Are you getting waiver on your goods you're bringing in the country? I mean, these things supposed to be discussed. Or how is the business community and the business environment not favoring you? What can my office do to enhance that? It's 3 years, man. 3 solid years. This man being in power. And he shows up at the State Broadcasting Corporation and said, yes, I know the economy is bad for the Liberian business people. No, this is no excuse for that. That's gamesmanship. You don't game the people like that because that's what he's doing. Pretending to think now, okay, I know it, I'm trying to fix it. No, you're not. And I'll tell you why he's doing this. We see what happened in South Africa. We see what is happening in Ghana now. And recently, Patel, they call him the patriotic entrepreneur of Liberia. It's a very young, vibrant group. I saw the Facebook page. I'm trying to get the president on the show. These guys have threatened that if the government doesn't take the step to ensure that Liberian entrepreneurs, the retailers, get the benefit of the economy that is stipulated in law under the Liberianization Act, which say 26 category of the retail category. No block making, no rest selling, no ground piece selling, no water selling. These things, no gas station for non-Liberians. And all of these sectors I told you about, they are now predominantly owned by non-Liberians. So where has the vice president been? Has he been living in Iraq? I don't want to believe so, because I've seen him riding on BBG all over the place in a convoy. So he's supposed to know these things, especially when he comes. That is his background. That's where he's from. So what is he selling here? You're not selling nothing. Because you've been there 3 years and the people are suffering. The people are complaining. Every day the people complain. And you couldn't call your commerce minister to come here, let me talk to you. You couldn't call your labor minister, come here, let me talk to you. Your business register director, come here, let me talk to you. These 3 entities. Why is it you're giving business registration to non-Liberians to be selling rice? Why is it you're giving business registration to non-Liberians to be selling other retail goods in stores? Why are you doing that? Mr. Commerce Minister, why are you giving RPD to people to import these goods into the country and sell retail? Why are you doing that? And Mr. Labor Minister, why are you providing work permit to these people to go sell, to go work in retail shops around the country? These 3 people need to be brought before his office and spoken to. And if the need be, if they are found wanting, you fire them on the spot and bring new people in. That's what he should be doing, not coming to LBS and showboating. That's my own take. Mr. Costello, let me hear you, sir.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. I don't know what more can I say. You just hit all aspects of it. I mean, let's look at the Liberianization policy. That's law. That law been around for like what 50 plus years. I think.
Yeah,
President
50
Carter,
years in 1976.
exactly. But there's not an enforcement mechanism to it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no teeth to it. It's just a law on the books, and the average Liberian, they go ahead and they stand as front for these foreigners. You know, you come to me, you Lebanese, you want to go into the pharmaceutical business or the pharmacy business, and you know, according to the Liberianization policy, you're not, there's some caveat in there that doesn't allow you to do it unless you do it along with a Liberian that will own a higher percentage. And yeah, so you know, corruption is rife within the country, as we know, and foreigners coming in, they take advantage of it, and they take advantage of the Liberianization policy. I mean, you mentioned, was it rice you mentioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard cement is part of that also. Those are carved out only for Liberians. But unfortunately, you know, like I said, there's no enforcement mechanism. The law is there, but it has no teeth. Okay, if you find somebody, you know, that willfully violate the law, even if you take them to court, they will, you know, they will bribe. If they got the money, they will bribe their way out of it. So that's the system we live in. You know, the institutions are very, very frail, and so people take advantage of that. They take advantage of that. And
Right.
you know, even besides that, if he says he's a businessman, there's so many things that he can do. You know, besides the Liberianization policy, that he can do that will help. You know, help to make the economy more buoyant. Say, for instance, a friend that I was talking to last time, he's from India, and he wanted to go to Liberia. At that time, he had to go and buy his visa. He's a businessman before going to Liberia. What about visa upon arrival? Or if somebody can prove that they're doing business in Liberia, let them come in. You know, let them come in. Another thing is, a lot of countries are doing it. Smaller countries are doing it. They, you know, if you want to create job in the country, say $500,000 to create job in the country, okay, we'll give you our Liberian version of a green card. So those are the ideas. So that's the problem with most of these people that within government. They don't think. Like there's somebody recently, I was watching YouTube. He went to this dump area. I mean, the dump is like almost like a mountain in Monrovia. Okay.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. But do you know that trash gives you methane gas?
Mm-hmm.
And that can be sold on the international market, like what they're doing in Ethiopia?
Yep.
These guys behave like they never left Liberia, and they're not willing to learn. So you hit it right on the head. Behind every obstacle we have in Liberia stands an opportunity. What we see as obstacles, those are business opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
For many years, when we, you know, those are OG. There was a lady called Betty Carter. She was married to Mr. Boyu, guy from Nima. Betty Carter was from the United States. Betty Carter looked around. She says, okay, I can solve this trash problem in America. So she set up a business. They had all these trash dump trucks that you know, she brought from the United States. And all the embassy in Liberia, she was kind of like, she would pay her people, they go and pick their trash up. And it started evolving into other areas. I think until when the coup came and all that, she was still around. But the business opportunities are just all over Liberia. And I always say it's kind of like Liberian sometimes we're kind of like, you heard the story of the two shoe salesman?
No.
Okay. If you went to business school, that's part of the curriculum right there. There were two shoe salesmen in colonial England, right? So they were competing sales. They were from two competing companies. So they both left England, Liverpool at the same time to come to Africa. Their job was go and sell shoes in Africa. The first shoe salesman came. He looked around. He said, nobody here wears shoes. He said, I can't sell shoes here. Nobody wears shoes. He ran back to his ship. The second shoe salesman came. He saw nobody wearing shoes. He ran straight back to his ship and called his base. Said the opportunities here are humongous. Nobody wears shoes. I will fit them into shoes. And that man became a billionaire. Thomas Bata. All over Liberia were Bata shoe store. Mr. Nippy, how are you? Mr. Nubo?
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm waiting for ARCHIE.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but anyway.
Yeah, so
we will still be at 8.
Yeah, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I got a call, so I had to pick up. I'm sorry. For one of the guests I was supposed to come on.
Okay, but you heard my story.
Liberalization.
Go ahead, Mr. Nubo.
Okay. This liberalization, I still have problem with it. We're talking about rice sale, that retail rice, even cement, that retail.
We're going to be arguing like
No. And other commodities, petty trading,
okay,
black making, tire repair,
yes,
auto repair garages, shoes repair, barber shop, beauty salon, tailoring, bakeries, ice making, travel agency, video clubs, small now, they put smaller, small entertainment centers. That is the liberalization we have. And I feel that it is limited. It is still limited.
Mr. Nubo.
Let me learn.
Mr. Nubo, I beg you. You know how we do it, I beg you. I just seen Mr. Nippet on the screen. I'm sorry. Can he just introduce himself? I'll come right back to you, sir.
Okay, let me start Nippet. Introduce
Mr. Nippet, welcome to the show. Please speak to the audience.
In 5 seconds.
I'll go into the reverse order. I want to welcome the audience in the radio and TV land and thank them for always joining and listening to us. And my distinguished panelists, I bring you greetings for the afternoon and the evening. Thank you, Mr. Host.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nippet. I'll come back to you after Mr. Nubo is done. Mr. Nubo, your stage.
Yes. I mean, these areas. Oh, that what we're talking about, transportation, trucking, they are included now. But I will always tell this story here when I was at GSC, where we wanted to remodel, the top floor of the old executive mansion on Ashmore Street. And then LeBron guy came with a very good presentation. I was on the EU committee. And we filled out the form. We awarded a contract to them. When it started a contract, Lebanese man came. So all these things here, and what the Liberian people do, the penetrators here, they go to the Lebanese man and buy some things, and then go on the sidewalk and sell them, and they go back to the Lebanese man and they give them a little of nothing. So that is, I mean, these are the milestone in a liberalization policy. I don't see gold and diamond here. I don't see gold and diamond here.
But I mean, you gotta stop. You gotta stop from somewhere.
No. Let me learn.
Okay.
You and Mr. Cassell said this been around for 50 years. So, liberalization policy now. So we'll wait for another 50 years before we learn our ABC. I mean, I don't see it. Okay, to go back to Mr. Vice President. He was asked a question. Let me show my face first. Before he thinks that I'm hiding. He was asked a question. They say he had no idea.
Yeah, the CTN and the MedTech.
Okay. And that is sad.
Absolutely.
To me, he is at the national radio station, ELBC, and they asking question. I remember, Prophet Key insulted somebody, and he said, that was friendly insult. So this question was friendly question. And I didn't hear that, I'll go to the Senate and raise the issue here. And he was there, like John Numo appear on ELBC. John Numo that have no power. So I don't like that. I don't like that. They have the power when they appear on their own turf. They need to talk the power that they have. Talk the powerful people. We'll see about it. We are talking about B Mountain. If he did not go there, who are going to realize how much B Mountain make? And that 1 billion, I believe it was not part of this interview. So I'm saying he was in a friendly territory. And he didn't make use of it. What is the government going to do? Government pay money for him to go there, pay security, and everybody that went with him. You realize the country or the company is making billions of dollars. And he appeared on national radio. And even if they don't ask him, he want a better Liberia. He should have mentioned that. I rest my case.
Yeah. So before I go to Mr. Nippy, I just want to add to, and then you can probably just take a few seconds to close up on that. Not only is he the vice president, but he is also the president of the Senate. This man sits in the chamber where the bills are discussed and passed. Is he here to tell us that he has no idea? First of all, he doesn't know that CTN and MedTech has instructed all brokers not to make payments in the country. That is supposed to be in news. How come this journalist is aware of this and the vice president of the nation is not aware of it? How? How come? This is embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Two entities operating in the country stop your brokers from making payment in your system, tell them to make payment outside of your economy. And you, the vice president, don't know about it. Don't know about it. And I don't see anybody on the watching any information to his chief, on a sheet of paper, right here. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
That is the kind of quality of people dealing in Liberia. But yeah, Mr. Numa, I don't want to add. If you want to speak to that, I'll go to Mr. Nippy.
Yes, that's what that one of the things I was talking about. He is the president of the Senate. And you don't just go to the radio station or appear on a radio station and they raise issue and you say, oh, my hand on there. I don't know about it, my hand's on there. He has the power.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm not aware of
it. So he has to use his power. I mean, I said that his response to the Guinea issue was appropriate based on his position. But there's I know Nectar or CTN stop Meta and CTN or broker fee being transferred overseas. And I thought they ran on that though.
Oh yeah, they wanted the biggest thing in the campaign. In fact, it was supposed to be abolished.
Yeah,
because that's where the corruption was coming from. You remember? I got it. This guy, my old man. I mean, Modad. Modad had to resign from a position just for that same reason.
Yeah,
because there was a separate account that was set aside that was paid into by MedTech, and that account was run by LRA, and LRA took that money and purchased that vehicle for Modad. And Modad carrying all that load. And Double Jala is still in
and return the vehicle.
And return the vehicle, and he out of job.
And Double Jala got a certificate. Get A plus grade from
yeah. And he paid the money. Not Abimoda. Abimoda wouldn't make a request. He Double Jala took the money and paid for it. But Double Jala kept the job, and Abimoda lose the job. But that's it. But thank you, Mr. Nubo. Let's go to Mr. Nippy.
Anyway, maybe I'm lying, or so let's go to Mr. Nippy.
Yeah. Mr. Nippy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. So let me bring you up to speed real quick. So we started off with the military recruitment. I'm sure you have seen videos of it online.
Mm-hmm.
We wrote a tip that really started. It gave us a little heartbreak from the beginning. because the first guy that showed up to the line to read, they flipped cards, couldn't pronounce one word on the card, and we all felt like, oh my God, this is crazy. But as we went on, all the other participants came through the process with flying color, especially our women. They did so well. And we all smiling and happy about what our next AFL is going to look like. And then we'll now move on to the vice president appearance at the Nations Broadcasting Corporation, ELBC, and some of the things that he said. That's what we're talking about now. Most notably, he said when the general asking, is he aware that MedTech and Syntech, whatever they call it, MedTech, Syntech, have instructed all brokers to not make payment in Liberia. Instead, they should make it outside of Liberia. He say he's not aware of it. That's so you go ahead, sir. Y'all take it.
Well, I think the topics are indeed great for discussion so that people can be informed. So an uninformed public sometimes make their own decisions, and they come with what they call they say, I say, mean say. And when we have this information that filters into the public domain, he assists them to make the kind of informed decision that they should be making. And I had come on when Mr. Cassell was talking, and he got onto the two pairs of shoe or two photo shoe salesman, and I know about that. But let me go back to the AFL. I think the exercise is a good exercise. It's worthy of the cause. It seems to be a little overdue, but let us give them a pat on the back. And the Minister of Defense, who is a female, who say thank you so much, Chief of Staff, and all of those who are members of the high echelon of the Armed Forces of Liberia. What struck me in our exercise is that I feel strongly, and I hold that view because of where we stand and where we need to move. It should have been done simultaneously throughout the Republic of Liberia. And I don't want to confine to Monrovia at the grandstand, because where they were having those several tables, that's the grandstand. And I'm familiar with the Barclay Training Center because I lived there from the age, I think, 12, 13 years old. So whenever you post anything about Monrovia, I instantaneously, I will know exactly where that area is. I think they should have had another center at Shuffling. Maybe if you want to do it for Monserrato, have about four or five centers. Shuffling, the Bannerville Estate, to cut short the commuting process to the Barclay Training Center, then they move out to Painesville, and then go to the ELWA area, because we're talking about the size of the military now. So you confine it to the Barclay Training Center. It only speaks about those who can afford to get to the barracks. I would like to see the army size being a little bit more than 5 battalion size, something like 20,000 men. And I would put the wax group to be about 10,000, bringing the whole force to a little closer or more than 30,000 personnel. And I would like to see a structured military that comprises the army, enlisted men, and then you have a special battalion with artillery. We have the Air Force, and we have our Navy. And then we will be talking something, and then we have something like the amphibian tanks operators, because we are in the 21st, going towards the 22nd century. In Liberia, though we have 5 million persons, cannot be behind. So at least if we had about 20% or 30%, which would be 315, that would be all right. If we had a size of 150,000 people to be in the army, if that is possible. With a kind of commensurate with that kind of person, the kind of equipment that we need, so they could categorize them into Air Force, Sea or Navy, and Special Artillery Group, and etc., etc. So I think we have started. The first foot is in front. Consecutively, we will get there. And the barter issue of the two men with the two shoes or something like that from Great Britain, they were precisely at the corner of Rana and Broad Street, just where they, from the back of the executive mansion, there's a clock. There's a clock situated right in that place, and there where barter shoe was. They sold shoes that were long-lasting, and one of them I remember, they call it Jimmy Rogers shoes, and those were shoes that were worn by men, and you could wear, yes, you could wear Jimmy Rogers for more than 5 years.
Jimmy Rogers shoe, don't blow that bell.
Yeah, Jimmy Rogers. And then we have green bottom sneakers. The Peace Corps had just come out around 1960. The Peace Corps had just come in, and the green bottom sneaker you could wear those sneakers for more than 2 years. You could wear them.
You remember we used to make those right there in Liberia?
Le Ramco.
There you go, Le Ramco.
Le Ramco on Bushra Island. The place is for my late grandmother, and my uncle was the one that disposed of it that way, and we have not been able to get it. We hope in due time we can see how we can reclaim that area. La Ranco, right adjacent to the Somalia Drive, right on the road.
We used to make our own soap. You remember, Mr. Nippet, Lux soap?
Yeah.
Our own matches. Our own oil.
That was Waspro, West African Soap Making Company by Mr. Stephen Talbot.
Right.
Those things were intertwined with the Meserado Group of Companies operation.
There you go.
Where they had the oxygen plant, they had the soap, they had the uniform textile plant.
Yes.
Then they had the fishing plant. Then they had Sangay Farm. Sangay Farm was in Banga.
Right.
And then to complement the Sangay production, RIE Bright Hayes in somewhere around the Queensway axis going towards around Cape Mountain area on the right side.
Right.
Yeah. So I think Liberia, like Mr. Castle truly said, and I like to give a man his praises or commendation when it is due. I think he made some very, very interesting points. He made some interesting points about our Liberianization policy, and then he had a part on the back by Mr. Nubo. President Talbot, let us say what it is. He was trying to put one hand in front like a drilling and then get us to where he wanted us to go. That's why he said blacksmith. And the reason why he said blacksmith was one family, the old man Joseph Mason on Lane Street had a blacksmith business, and there where he got all of his kit. And there were some Liberians to the old man Kaiser. Old man Kaiser on Kelly Street was doing the shoe repairing business. and the likes of Omen Sambo and Jay Warabi and all of those things. So when you look at the entrepreneurial spirit of those gentlemen of the day, he felt that Liberians could do better. And I'm sure if President Tolba had been alive, we would have captured the entire market from the expatriates.
Yeah.
We would have definitely captured the entire market, the entire economy would have been in the hands of Liberians. Unfortunately, yes, like Paul Coffey, we hope that his death will cause the plan to be realized in due time. Yeah. But I will sincerely hope, as I continue to pray, that His Excellency President Bouaka, unfortunately, Vanaseli did not see it. As George Solo said, I listened to his several recordings. CDC didn't come to do anything. They came to meme and steal. And specifically, we're talking to Akara Gray and the finance minister who he brought from America at the time. He was a truck driver and didn't have anything to wear, and he had to rent car for him, etc. But these people come on the scene, not like Mr. Kase. They will come on the scene. It's like Pepperbird finding a farm. A farm that should be produced of country rice, very, very, very good rice. But they get there and they just damage the whole farm. That's what, every time I think about the CDC, maybe the day I go, Moribel will want to chase me, but I mean, the facts are the facts. The facts are the facts. And Ambassador Solo said, as he was talking on his own radio on those two sets, I kept shaking my head. So Mr. Casa is right, Mr. Nubu is right. Those little things, they matter, but what matters most is what I'm going to touch on. You cannot have an expatriate company telling you that your taxes, what you level from the Wolverhampton's office on assessment of vehicle brought in and other importations should not be paid, the duty should not be paid to the government of Liberia, the brokers. Because it used to be ordinary person, you just go and do your own brokerage business and you pay at the custom. And the container park operation, I think that what it is, the CTN or something like that. The vice president, I think he just slipped. I think in fairness to him, he was not thinking because as president of the...
It's called a continual tracking number, is all you mean.
Yeah, that's a continual park. I worked in the port before with LPMC. When the container comes down, the container as the winch brings the container down. To verify that those numbers, there is a park just adjacent to between the dock office and the operation offices. And they'll go there and they'll counter check what the vessel has offloaded to see whether the numbers at what the tally clerks have documented. And for somebody to say that a company, an expatriate owned by expatriates, don't pay the tax to government of Liberia, and the government of Liberia says that, as a matter of fact, the matter is compounded. Yeah, it is compounded such that the entire free port system and the National Port Authority do not pay any fees. They do not support the national budget. So the question, therefore, becomes, where is the money? To whom is the money going? Is it like the guy who was there, they call him Small George Weah, who was the managing director? Where is the money? Because the port is a public operation. It's not a private institution, it's a public operation. And public operation should be able to help the government. And this is where we see that the government is asking for new money and all those kind of stuff, when they ought not to be begging outside of Liberia for too much money, not to be going to IMF if we were to add value on most of the things, the latex and all that kind of stuff. So I want to stop right there because I think Mr. Kasha covered a lot of ground. The only place I differ from Mr. Kasha is I accept the fact that he talked about Liberian fronting, but that Indian people and all those people is hard time. And the last time we were on set, I mentioned here is the boy who has a bowl of rice or a plate of rice. But he lacks more money so much that he will give $1 for 85 or 90% of the rice to be eaten. And right after he has received his $1, he can hardly buy anything with the dollar. He say,
I just want to say, Mr. Nippet and for panelists, I mean, anybody can just interject if you want to. I got to make a quick run. I'll be right back.
Okay, but is that an interjection?
Yes.
So,
I just want to say that. So, what coming up? If you have to interject, you can just call Mr.
So the one point on that note, I'm in full agreement with Mr. Honorable. I'll call him Honorable Kasha. Because he's from that family where we have one of the first attorney generals, and so I would differ, just slightly differ, that it's hard time that Liberians are giving the ability to do business. And it's simple. I mentioned the other time. I don't know whether Honorable Kasha will agree with me, but I mentioned the other time that when we were on the pastoral council and the incidents of theft of school fees and all that kind of thing there, we came down hard. Don't pay 1 cent. Parents should not pay 1 cent to the registrar. All the money should be routed through the bank. Open the church, the secretariat open the church account for all of the Catholic schools, route the money through the bank, and let the parents or the student bring their receipts. And so the bank credits the institution's account and the institution debit the bank account. Then the student go to school. The same formula can be done with Liberian entrepreneurs. If a person wants to start selling fire coal wholesale and goes to the bank should be flexible. Instead of asking for collateral, you got the money coming to you. So there should be no issue of collateral. Help the person build a factory. If that cool aim or rural rock, whatever the person wanted to produce, build that factory. But before they buy anything, they rock that money through the bank. The only thing the bank has to do for that A or B, C company is payroll, logistics, operational costs. Once they have that money, the bank can start deducting its money gradually. So, for instance, if that company goes for 5 years and it was 200,000 the man borrowed to import machines and all of those things, in 5 years' time, the bank should have its 200,000 plus whatever percentage is charged or fees is charged on the 200,000. In that way, we will have a handle, will be like the people in Nigeria to hold the ball with the two handles.
Okay.
And not a Lebanese man coming or an Indian man coming or a Pakistani coming. In 2 years, you see the Pakistani have made so much money. But then we become like the little boy who sold a bowl of rice for $1 and stay begging. I want to stop right there.
Thank you.
I thought Honorable Nippy will come in over a few seconds.
But second doesn't matter when you have the kind of topic to discuss.
Honorable Nippy always tell you a flight is a very huge flight. It takes time to land.
Yeah, I tell you again.
No, but Well, Honorable Nipe made some very, very smart points that I agree with, very salient points uh, that I agree with. He and I, we happen to be of the same generation. You know, I saw the same things that he saw in Liberia. Uh, During our time, there was a Liberian Free Zone Authority.
Exactly.
Toba built that. And that was designed to spur economic activity. In fact, some of the stuff that we spoke about, Mr. Dipe, you know, in terms of manufacturing, it took place right in the Liberian Free Zone Authority that was created by the government at that time. Entrepreneurship was at the top of President Talbot's agenda. In fact, he wanted Liberians to be entrepreneurs right out of high school. That's why the Swedru multilateral in Lo-Fi and other places. So when you come out of those schools, that you're ready, you know, critical thinking. You see a problem. You come out of those schools as a problem solver. You know, you see an obstacle. You know right behind the obstacle is an opportunity, but you have to think. You know, you have to have foresight. Have to have a creative mind. So those were the sort of things that he was trying to develop in Liberia. Stephen Talbot. Let me tell you how he came. I'm sure all of you know the story. He came upon his million. When he was alive, he was the richest black man in Africa. He was the Dangote of his time because he was going from business to business. I mean, business ideas to business ideas. But it all started when he was working at the Agriculture Ministry. I think he was Deputy Secretary of Agriculture Ministry or something like that.
He was Deputy Secretary.
Right. When this proposal came from the United Nations to start a fishing company in Liberia, how, you know, they would send the experts like they usually do. They would send the expert and all. So he landed on his desk. So he said, but wait now, we can do this thing. Why are we bringing these white people in to come to do what? You know, they will come, they will say, oh, well, you know, the area is... Okay. You know, so they will come, they will give them special salary, you know, and all that sort of stuff. So he said, well, you know, we can do this thing. So he took the idea and he morphed it into a company. And he went all around to friends and whatnot. That's how Mesurado Company came to be. And at one point, it was up there with Firestone in terms of, you know, in terms of the economy. So you can imagine that since Mesurado, you know, was, you know, went out of business and all that, we haven't had a Liberian company to have that position within the economy of Liberia. In fact, right now, probably 80 to 90% of the Liberian Liberian economy is being run by foreigners. So that was, you know, those were some of the things. And this government can do some small things. You know, it probably wouldn't be at the level of you know, what Talbot did. But
Mr.
just
Costello, let me engage you on that note.
Go ahead.
I mean, Monster heard of a Mesurado group of companies. I thought they did well, but the tragedy about this, I mean, tragedy in the sense that this is not a widespread story that we can talk about, you know, across the economy. So when you and this is not you, it's every Liberian who was old enough to understand the economy at the time. When they talk about it, it's Mesurado group of company, you know.
Yeah.
And so it bothers me. It bothers me that there was if you like, an oligarchy, if you want to call it that way. A system that would run out of time because it was Stephen Talbot and Stephen Talbot and Stephen Talbot. You know, which is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but you also need to understand that even though that whole architecture was Stephen Talbot, his ideas and stuff like that, but imagine the subcontractors and the amount of people that it employed. Okay, and those were the days they had like Parker Paint that has over 1,000 people employed. I mean, Liberians, the whole scheme of Talbot was to ensure that Liberia owned the economy.
I beg to
That was his whole thing. Own your economy. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nubo.
Okay. That money from Mesurado group of company came from the Liberian government and international partners that Stephen Talbot used to build his own company. I think you need to go and do your research. That money came from the government. It was not Stephen Talbot money. He didn't have money.
The Liberian government didn't have any money to give anybody.
Okay. Okay.
He went and borrowed. He borrowed money from the Bank of Liberia.
Okay.
And he borrowed money from some American, you know.
Who borrowed
that time, Mr. Horton, Romeo Horton.
There you go.
Mr. Romeo Horton had formed or funded the Bank of Liberia at the corner of Kerry and Warren Streets.
There you go.
Kerry, Warren, and Benson Street, the Bank of Liberia. You see, that's why that's the misconception, the misunderstanding, and false alignment that people try to bring with Steve and his brother was president in 1970-71. And so the money came from no. He had his company. He had his company prior to that time. Mr. Romeo Horton was a banker. Yeah. And he went to Romeo and he got the money. And he started with the fishing. The first thing he started with was a fishing company.
Yeah, small boats.
Small boats. And as he improved, then he started separating the fish. Lobster, shrimp, jovulani, and all those things that are coming to
shipping them to Europe and the United States.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, and then what we call the sawfish. Sawfish, they will skin the sawfish, both stomach and back, and make a saw fillet. And that's how he got his money. Right. So when he got his first break out of the fishing company, he decided to buy boats. And the boats brought him more money. Then he thought about expansion. The first Liberian president of the company after him was Mr. Shaw, Emmanuel Shaw.
Right. Because before that, he had a white British guy.
Yeah, Mr. Brashaw.
There you go.
Mr. Brashaw. I work with Mesurado, so I know about Mesurado. We call him Keith Brashaw.
Yeah.
It was after Brashaw, then Emmanuel Shaw came. After Emmanuel Shaw, then the late interim president, Judy Bryant, and Brian King. And Brian King, because
if I may interject, so let's talk about this in the context of because at this time when Mesurado, when it was flying high, fully mature, and diversifying into other areas, the Liberianization policy. So let me ask first of all. Let me step back. What time are we talking about here? When Mesurado, when it became fully mature?
Oh, by 1972.
Okay, so great.
So you have Mesurado over 40,000 employees.
Great.
Aggregate number. 40,000 employees. So you put that number into context.
Okay. No,
one single entity having 40,000 employees. So give each of the employee 3 children. 3 times 40.
But that is not where I'm going, though.
Where are you going?
I was going in terms of the liberalization policy.
No, but it was.
The bank.
Tuju Horton started the bank in the 60s, but 1962.
Was it the agriculture?
You remember we just Archie?
Yeah.
You remember just recently we spoke to Mr. Horton?
Yeah, you and I, yes.
Yes. Remember we just spoke to him just the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, give a person, sir.
I said we need to get him on the show here.
Oh, but he will tell you.
Oh yeah, there he come.
But you know you're not dragging him here now. If he's not feeling well, you can't drag him.
Exactly. Yeah, he's not.
Because there are certain people who had witnessed these things here. Mr. Numo, just a moment. We have public ears listening to the show.
Okay.
Yeah, we have public ears listening to the show. The fact remains that because of Steve and Mr. Parker, P. Clarence Parker, and other Liberians, Thomas Bonard, for instance, peace be to their saintly memories, because of those 3 or 4 persons, Toba was encouraged to speak about and bring about the Liberian nationalization policy. A policy which, if successive presidents had followed to the letter, you have more than 10 Liberian millionaires. You have more than 10 Liberian millionaires. You see? So let's all be talking about how we can grab the policy and utilize the policy with the political will that might be implemented. Then Liberia will be on top. You can't go buy steel rod from in your country from India, man. When the iron ore coming from Red Nimba and the man just put it in his splitting pan and there's a metal there, like he put a steel rod in the thing and cuts the metal. You can't go beside to buy what the thing is dresser coming from Europe when you got all the rules.
Mr. Napier, I beg to differ.
Are you differing about adding value to what we have, or what are you differing on?
I'm differing because I don't think this man who making the steel is getting the iron ore from Asala Metal. He is getting the metals from people who sell scrap. Not from
okay. Be that as it may, the scrap. Where does the? I'm interjecting, sir. I'm interjecting. Where are the scraps coming from? Liberia.
Yeah, from Liberia.
All right, Mr. Noble wants to get into the singing business. Is the bank prepared now to bring in machine for Mr. Noble? And Mr. I'm coming, Mr. Noble. Just listen to the logic behind what I'm trying to say. Mr. Noble wants to open a steel mill to make steel rods. Is the bank prepared to give Mr. Noble the money to import? The bank is going to open a letter of credit. And so Mr. Noble imports all of the hardwares and all of those things to make his steel rods, to employ more Liberians. But one steel rod will not be sold to anybody unless they go to the bank. The government can do that.
So that's
the point I'm making.
Mr. Nepe, if we in federal plan, if we are lucky, we should get Mr. Horton on the line. You know, he's going to call it down to see if he can come.
There you go on the line. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Nepe. I don't want to
share that. If he has the time, and if he has the help.
So it's high time for the government to look at the urgency for Liberians to be robustly situated in the economy.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nepe.
Yeah, to robustly be included in the economy, because Your food are your food. You cannot give it to any other person and then you get 10 cents or get $1. If it happened yesterday, Toba saw the need for us to stop it. So we can start taking steps, incremental steps.
Yeah.
If the government is willing, don't put the money in Mr. Kasha pocket. Don't put it in Mr. Nubo pocket. Don't put it in my pocket. We just want to create an enabling atmosphere that we go to the bank. What do you want to do? I want to start making mat. You sure you want to start making mat? Yeah. Send for my machine. Let me start making the mat. If they want to buy another mat, then they pay the money to you. My accountant will get a receipt, and then the person take their mat. As simple as that. We want to go to a nail factory. Instead of you have Lebanese people making nails, we want to go to the nail factory. The point I'm making here is when your father has a home and the home needs to be supported, you, the children, must be the people your father will look up to instead of looking up to the stranger. So the leadership of our country, that is the government, they should say that now. The legislators should revisit that plan and make it to work for today, and for the next 50 to 100 years, let it work for Liberians, so that you cannot have expatriates coming and right before our noses making us poorer, and other Liberians are fronting. And when they front, they just get their 200,000 and put it in their pocket, and then you see the Lebanese. It's in the gas station business. Go on the highway. You see Indian men own gas stations. They marry one Liberian girl, fool their family. And then you find out, after a few years, they divorce that lady and bring in an Indian woman. So other things can be caught with the political will. And that's all I'm saying.
See, every problem we got in Liberia has been solved somewhere on this planet. That's
exactly.
Yeah. Another thing is the government should also, our business, on the issue of business, there's a lot of templates out there that the Liberian government and our private sector can borrow from. Say, for instance, in the United States, a lot of the companies that are successful, that are highly successful, is because at some point in the beginning, the American government intervened financially.
Absolutely.
Incentives. The GPS that we use, it came from the U.S. military. The internet that we use, it came from the U.S. military. The U.S. said, okay, look, let me give it to you guys. You'll commercialize it. And, you'll pay our taxes. You'll increase our tax base. Okay. I think you all were in the States, 2008, 2009, too big to fail, right?
Right.
When the American government intervened, Obama, we cannot allow these businesses to fail. We can do our version of that.
Right.
For instance, if you see a small business, a small Liberian business, well managed, with potential, the government can go to a bank and serve as a guarantor for that business. Because some of the business, all they need is they need to scale a little bit. And when the business scale, what happens? They employ people. And that means you're increasing the Liberian government tax base.
Completely.
Yeah. But do they look at things like that? No. But the U.S. government, they do it. They got it down to a science. They master it. To a point the Europeans look up to them and say, damn, you guys, how come entrepreneurship in the United States is so advanced? That's how they do it. They create an entrepreneurial class. Once you do that, people won't have to go work for government. Most Americans don't work for government, they will work for the private sector. But we still happen, and that's what Torba was trying to do. If we get more Mesurados, we'll get more Parker Pin, we get more Bright Farms and all that, the burden will be lessened on the government for employment. That's what they do in the United States, and we need to start thinking that way. Alan, Mr. Right?
Yeah. So I don't disagree with what you're saying, Mr. Cassell. I think that's the fundamental. But if you can elevate from the fundamental to the mid-level and then to the upscale level, then that's a problem. I think this is where, when we talk about Liberia, business environment from the 70s and now the liberalization policy in context, I think we should look at it from that point of view. That yes, Mr. Stephen Talbot and the Messerado group actually did excellent. They helped create a lot of industries, and they built from there. And let me lay a topic. I want Mr. Horton asking for the link. Let me get the link so we can come on the show.
Okay, Mr. Nippy.
Okay, so I can keep talking. So yeah, so Mr. Cassell, that is from our point of view, I am speaking. If, say, for example, we had, we could talk about 18 other Mr. A.B. Talbot. Imagine, let's say not 18 other Talbot, A.B. Talbot that were doing other things, but at the same level that he was doing. Imagine what would be the case by now. You would have Liberian business people that are well advanced. I mean, look at Liberian business people. Get a look at them. How many can you point to? How many? I mean, people who did real business, like the A.B. Talbot, who really did that. I mean, Mr. Nippy were talking about, some other people that did shoe work and what have you. My mother did Kobo shop, but that's where we stay. We never elevated to that level. That's what I'm saying. Imagine if we had gone beyond that and established and experienced 50 or 25 A.B. Talbots. Where will we be today as a nation? Even coming back out of war, we would have been in a whole new place.
Let me, with your permission, let me just interject right there.
Go ahead, sir.
The rain that comes, it doesn't just fall from the sky. It comes like what you call manin, nipe. It comes like shower. And then they drench your whole yard. Sometimes the tree falls and all that. What am I saying? If the government can muster the political courage and do as government before the precisely, let me say.
Hello.
Hello.
I was having some problems and I had to log out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the government, as I seen, if the government can muster the courage and say Liberia is for Liberians, it is Liberians who will have the heart for their country. This house here is owned by old man and Mrs. Liberia. So the bank will give loans for the kind of company that a Liberian can establish. And all the money that the company makes will go to the bank. At the end of the year, what happens? Besides the payroll and other operational funds, you go back to the bank and say, all right, this year you made $3 million. You owe me $200,000, so you want me to take out my $200,000 right away, or what do we do? You want to expand the business? Yeah, I want to expand my business. And save the money. just support my payroll and other operational expenses. So the bank has the money. So what the bank is doing that is what it creates a solvency for your business. It creates a solvency for your business because you're not taking the money and putting it in your safe. The only money you got in the safe there for your late gasoline, the payroll, and stationery, and all of those small acting, operational acting. But the money for the goods and other things that you sell, the receipts are given by the bank. The poor company is their packing receipt, the accountant is their packing receipt. But those receipts are in dollars and cents, owned by the company. It's high time that the government does that, thinks about that, to do it. So you can reverse this economy instead of every, like you and I were on the set when we heard the governor saying that, governor central bank saying that every 2 years they have to tear the mutilator money and then produce new money.
Yeah.
So if they told 7%, you don't know what the size of that money that is doing.
Mm-hmm.
They did not tell us, say, okay, every 2 years, $2 million Liberian dollars will be mutilated. And so of the 2 million would say 7%. 7% of that, 7 times 2, that 14, that 140,000, they'll be bringing back. They didn't tell us anything like that. So it's like covering my face to tell me to walk in the darkness. Of course, I will stumble and fall. So that's what they are doing. So if they can start talking about minting, printing.
Okay. So I got Mr. Halton coming onto the studio.
Oh, wow.
How you doing, Babir?
We can't complain, or how you all doing?
Why are you calling him Papi?
That's my Papi now. That's my Papi all the way.
Why are you calling him Papi? That young boy there, man.
I beg you. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, but we talk about 86. 86.
Oh,
you going to 87 in August.
You 4 man, 46 year old, Mr. Harden, don't do that to us, man.
So why would you gotta go by the age?
Yeah.
Even though we might be seen differently, but the age is the age.
I know,
I know my age is 86.
Okay. I know that. Well, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
You're doing very well.
Brilliant boys.
Yeah. We're doing good.
Welcome to the show. It is a pleasure to have you on the set. And thank you so much for the conversation of last. How's your health?
Okay. We thank God. Really, we can't complain besides the normal aches that go along with ages. But otherwise than that, I thank God we're able to get up in the morning, move around, take care of our basic and so forth. So, and, go to the doctor when it's necessary, but nothing keeping us down in bed. That's God.
Very heartwarming to hear that. Very heartwarming.
That's true.
Thank you so much,
Martin, let me say welcome to Back to Differed on. You have asked me so many times, what does that mean? Explain the name to me. What do you mean by that?
Pardon?
No, you have asked me on so many occasions to explain what I meant by Back to Differed, and I'm saying,
yeah. No, but that's a decent, honorable gentleman's way of dealing with issues.
Yeah,
I beg to differ. That's honorable.
Yes. And so we stream live on Top FM 105.3, live out of Zwedru City, Southeast Grand Gita County. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and on the website www.topfm.com. Privileged to have you here. Because you are, this is your first time on set, I usually ask all the fellow panelists, to introduce themselves to the new person on set so that you get to know all the other panelists that are with you on set. So, of course, you know me, Archie, right? The man who keep bothering you all the time.
No bother, my pleasure.
And I am your host, your co-host. I'm everything here on the show. So let me go now to the next panelist so that he introduce himself to you. Mr. Cassell, please introduce yourself to Mr. Martin, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hutton. How are you, sir?
Good, thank God. How you doing?
Great. Back in the day, I covered you when you and Amos Sawyer, you were running to be, both of you are running for mayor of Monrovia. I used to work for a newspaper called the True Party newspaper called Liberian Age. So,
so that be you had to be on my side.
There you go. Yeah.
Is that a True Party? Is it a True Party? Unless you were otherwise.
No. I mean, you remember those days?
Yes.
The environment we were living in during those days. But all I did, I was a news reporter. So just basically, and we wanted to see our man win because you had a lot of ideas for the city. And Sawyer during those days, it was the Moja thing. And I always been neutral. Even in the United States, I'm an independent. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat.
That's a big question, Mr. Cassell. That's a big question on top of that neutral. We'll deal with it later.
There you go. Okay. So,
you beg to differ.
I did. I beg to differ on that.
You beg to differ. Okay.
But anyhow, a journalist should try their best to always be objective. And so even though you were working for a particular entity, yet it was complimentary on your part to be as outspoken, but yet objective.
Precisely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cassell. Let's go to Mr. Christopher Nippet. Mr. Nippet, please. I know you did it before, but because of the sake of the show, we got to do it again. So please introduce yourself to Mr. Halton.
Chris.
Mr. Nippet? All right. Let's go to Mr. George H. Nuba. Mr. Nuba?
No, I'm on now. I have muted myself.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Harding is, for me, a great pleasure to welcome you to I Beg to Differ. And why do I say so? I say so because you have a wealth of knowledge. And we can be like that little butterfly coming to cross-pollinate with the wealth of knowledge you have to share it with the audience. So we want to say welcome, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Nippet.
Appreciate
Mr. George Snuba?
Yes, Mr. Harding. Welcome on the I Beg to Differ show. I remember the election for mayor of the city of Monrovia. I don't know you, but I know one Stephanie Houghton. Yes, my niece. A progressive lady. And here we are discussing Liberia. Mainly the liberalization policy. And what trouble did to lift Liberia. But I, being somebody from Maryland County, I beg to differ with Mr. Nippy and our co-host here. Had the Maryland won in the 80s. Maryland won the agriculture project contest because they had Letsuko producing sugar. And who are doing that? Who built a factory? Taiwan. And the Taiwanese built a factory. And later on, Taba want to be, politically, correct. he established this diplomatic relationship with mainland China.
Yeah.
I know the whole story because at that time I was at Tokman College of Technology. And mainland China said we cannot stretch ourselves thin. So he gave us one project. And the project was what we call the Samuel K. Doe Stadium now.
Yeah.
And that's how the Sugar Corporation in Maryland County went down.
You're talking about Lipsuko.
I'm talking about Lipsuko.
Yeah.
That's how Lipsuko went down. And who this? And we were talking about the Stephen Tauber Mesoraro group of companies. Stephen Tauber got the warranty or higher coin in the financial circles from the government of the Republic of Liberia. And he became a rich man. But that's the government that gave the guarantee. And those are the things we are talking about. Because I came from a little village called Bololu. Could I get loan or could I get a guarantee from the Bank of Liberia to say I'm establishing a Mesoraro group of company? And to take you a few steps back, we're talking about the liberalization policy, where they're talking about retailers or selling cement or selling rice. That's on a liberalization policy. And I'm telling them it is not satisfactory. I'm George Numbo. I think you heard about the Perspective magazine. I'm from the Perspective. Thank you.
Good. Nice to know you.
Yes.
Nice to know you.
All righty, Mr. Nubo, that was a long introduction, but albeit that was good. You provide a segue to bringing Mr. Halton into the conversation. So, Mr. Halton, as I told you, the conversation here is surrounding the liberalization policy. There was some disagreement around it. And I thought I'd give you a call so that you could provide some in-depth knowledge about it, because once I said this is from the 70s, and then the Halton came into it with the bank loan and all of that. So I said, well, let me call Mr. Halton and see what he can tell us as far as the subject matter is concerned. So the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, well, first of all, I have to apologize for mixing the unification policy up with the liberalization policy. Actually, the Totman unification policy was ringing in my mind. I told you, be careful with the old age. But now we do our best. I think everybody can appreciate the purpose and intent for the liberalization policy.
Right.
The purpose and intent. The belief and understanding and the commonplace then during that period of time, even up to now, where most of our economic activities, our commerce, industrial activities were all done by mainly foreigners. And some of the areas of commerce and trade that could have been left to Liberians to give us an opportunity to hold our own were not available. And basically and conceptually, the Liberian organization, the Liberian liberalization policy was purposefully to give Liberians equal opportunity.
while we might appreciate the concept and can see the real reason, substantive reason for it, yet I'm afraid I don't think it has brought any real benefit to the country per se. It exists, it is there. But even where the law says one thing, we have allowed our own Liberians to front for foreigners in the gas business, in other businesses, and so forth. I don't know how you all see it, but my impression is that we have not been able to fulfill in the implementation and furtherance of that policy for it to be realistically appreciated and working for our own people. That's just my thought.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me go to Mr. Cassell. Mr. Cassell, you got a comment or a question for Mr. Houghton? You're muted, sir.
I would just like to agree with Honorable Horton. I mean, what he said is true, and prior to him coming on, that's what we're discussing, Mr. Wright. Remember that the Liberianization policy has been abused, and the people that abuse it, well, you will say the foreigners, but they've got Liberians that are, that are part and parcel of the abuse, where there's, they front for foreigners. Some time ago, I was looking at the some of the set-asides and some of the caveats that they had in the Liberianization policy, which came out, I think, President Talbot was the architect. That was his concept. This whole thing, Liberians need to go into business as well. Don't allow foreigners to, hijack your economy and all that. That was his thing, from mat to mattress and that sort of stuff. I'm sure Mr. Horton, Mr. Nippy, and Mr. Nubo probably heard it. You, Mr. Wright, I'm not too sure. You are still probably in diapers at that time. But yeah, so yes, that was, a good thing that he came out with, that President Talbot came out with, and it was just undermined by our own dishonesty. Let's face it, by our own dishonesty. And during those days, I used to be very proud of, walk down the street, you see Liberian supermarkets. I mean, when I say supermarkets like you see in the United States. They had LIVSA, the Liberian Free Zone Authority. In there, you had Liberians in so many different areas of manufacturing and, other specialization. So, yeah. So that was Liberia at that time. If we had kept on that trajectory, I mean, we would be like a middle income economy way over. My land.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cassell. Well, before I go to Mr. Nippy, Mr. Horton, let me ask you, because you talk about it, so I really want to get a clarity on this. You talk about Liberians fronting. Was this as prevalent as it is now back in the day?
Well, do we see any essence of Liberianization policy in effect now? As I mean, you asked a good question, but the question is, right now, I think as I like the word Cassell used, it has not been effective. It has not been materialized. It seemed to be stagnant and dormant and inactive. So I would say it's worse now because it was just a beginning. So many persons were in 75. It was the beginning. So Liberians were fronting as an opportunity to do something for themselves when Lebanese, and many of our Lebanese started to have children by our Liberian girls, and therefore they had some rights to to their children to be in certain business practices and activities. But the fronting is what really tells you about our mentality, our attitude. I mean, something that was supposed to be to our benefit, we found it necessary to undermine it.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered.
That's very great.
Yeah, I mean, Aku, I want let me keep up with you a little bit, and I'll go to.
Oh, why, Mr. Numo can't come in now?
Oh God.
You brought up when you're ready.
I just want to tell him a single story.
Go ahead, tell your story. Tell your story.
When John Malu was the Auditor General,
Oh my God.
I was the Chief Operation Officer at the GAC, and we wanted to renovate the old executive mansion on Ashmore Street. Renovate the top floor, so the Auditor General office would be there, the Deputy office would be there. And this Liberian, I was on this EU committee. This Liberian came, he made a perfect presentation. And we were impressed. We gave the contract to the group. But when the group started, the first man that came, that was a Lebanese man. So I'm saying this to agree with what you are saying. That we, the Liberians, we are not serious about the Liberianization policy. Thank you. That my 2 cents I wanted to put in.
Okay. Mr. Horton, before you address that a statement from Mr. Nubo, let me add it to it, and maybe you can just bundle it up as you address it. So it seems to me that you guys were aware. I mean, you guys now. I don't know you if you were in at the time. So, but I mean, the administration at the time were pretty much aware, just from what you said. Pretty much aware.
Let me start nipping me stuff.
Okay. So you guys were pretty much, it was pretty much known at the time about this fronting, which was undermining the objective of this brilliant policy. What did the administration do to mitigate this let's call it menace to the policy?
So you want to make a distinction with you people and our people? That's where you want to draw the point from. You people and our people and this people and that.
No, I didn't mean that.
All right, okay, I get you. What I gather from what you're saying is that if during those days the fronting was being practiced and it was allowed, therefore it will have a consequential effect on today. Is that the point you're trying to make?
You read my mind up and down, sir.
Well, Liberians are Liberians. Liberians then and Liberians now. And obviously, my point I made was speaking in generality. Liberians at that time were fronting, and it didn't make it any better for later on, because we never came to the realization that the liberalization policy was for our benefit. And I want to make one point clear. I was a candidate under the True Party banner.
Right.
And that was in 1979. That doesn't make me your. All right. And I was asked to join to run for that thing. I didn't go to run for it myself. So point I'm trying to make is we were all in the society, in the system at that time, but in the private sector. So when you make your point about during your time, I'm a little skeptical about whether you mean I was in government and the administration at that time.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But I caught myself and I said, I didn't know if you were or not.
Yeah, Mr. Horton, Mr. Wright was most likely not around that time, so he doesn't understand. But if he was around, he was a child, so he doesn't really understand.
Given his concern,
You'd be surprised,
yes.
Mr. Kasa. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, Archie, you are right in the sense that if it started then, it could have been abrogated, it could have been corrected, but it was not corrected. But you know what has happened since 1975. You know, by 1980 we had a change how to implement that same policy. I know every effort was made in the Doe administration to see how we could get, because he himself went to Tedru in Grand GEDEH to start his farm, encouraging people to go into private investments. So whatever happened since that time, I think it's just a question of the mentality continue to flow in the negative.
But I have a serious question. You were involved with the banking sector. Were you the one who started it?
No, it was his brother Romeo. Let me interject right there. It was his brother Romeo.
Because at the beginning of this conversation, his name was mentioned.
I mentioned it.
Okay. And Romeo, I believe Romeo was with the Agricultural Development Bank.
No.
Okay,
No.
was with the National Bank?
No. His bank was Bank of Liberia.
Okay.
As I said.
Was there not a national bank before Romeo?
No. Let me give you a little history. Okay, yes, Let's take the Bank of Liberia history. In 1953, 52, 53, when Romeo came back from studying abroad, he went to his father and indicated his desire that a Bank of Liberia be started. His father advised him to talk to several Liberians who were prominent in government and former government officials.
Okay.
Talbot was the only one amongst them who agreed to work with the bank. J.R. Horton made a major investment in the bank. Talbot made the next major investment, and so many other individuals made investments in the bank. It was a private, 100% private-owned entity.
Okay.
Bank of Liberia was the one that initiated the LPA system. No other institution can boast of that.
I remember that.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry, if I would use that word for whatever it meant in a honorable sense, was able to work. Mr. Doe borrowed from Bank of Liberia with his LPA.
How did Stephen Talbot get his money?
How did what?
Stephen Talbot.
Well, first of all, Stephen Talbot was married.
Established the Mesurado group of companies.
According to Stephen Talbot's story, and I was his brother, he was married to my sister at one time. According to his story, his brother, William R. Talbot, was able to give him a loan to get a Ford truck. On that Ford truck, he started selling fish. The people would bring the fish in. He would find a way to store it. And then later on, as he was able to make some money from his fishing business, I'm not saying other sources of income were not visible. That's the story I know. And he started a fishing company that became large enough to go into Sierra Leone, to go into Guinea, and one or two other African countries.
International too.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know there's a story, you might not repeat me, but there's a story that somebody else wanted to start a fishing company and they planted something in a boat so that to have something criminal charge against him, so monopoly must have taken place. That's it, don't repeat me.
For me, I've not heard that story. For me, I have not heard that other story.
Okay.
I missed the story.
I
So
know,
Bangladesh.
I know he
Mhm.
was a privileged guy. I came from a village. The opportunity he had, no, I could not have them. So no, it's good that you're here. I mean, you
But
know,
he was the brother of the vice president of Liberia. That gave him a little edge.
you are a knowledgeable person who can clear these things here. And we have this, I beg to differ. Please do not run away from us because we want you to be here to teach us, teach our children. Yeah,
I see.
I will be beating on your door every day for you
I
to
see.
educate us.
I see and I hear a group of brilliant, still young Liberians talking. Some of them who live in but not near mine.
Old man, yo.
Yeah, but I see a brilliant set of minds, active, involved in the nation's development and interest in the nation's worth. I see that and I hear that and I compliment you all for that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Do you have the Bank of Liberia issue straight now? You have that one straight. What's the next issue?
Mr. Nubo, what's the next issue?
The next issue is that now we gotta go to these other two panelists here.
That's why I'm about to go.
Let's go to them for them to say, you know, what they want to say. If they want to chicken out, I will take the whole floor tonight.
Hey, Mr. Horton.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the backstory behind the creation of the Maserado group of companies? Because I was telling the panelists here before you came that it all started with this recommendation from some United Nations agency about developing fishery in Liberia, and Mr. And Stephen Talbot was at the, I believe, Agriculture and Fishery Ministry at that time, and he took the concept, which I like. Instead of bringing, these so-called experts, white experts, he took the concept and developed it to its full potential. So, is that the story? I mean, what am I missing in the process?
Yeah, but I just told you that being a family member, the story I heard was he went to his brother to help him get a loan, because I think it was USTC that time used to sell the Fords. He bought a Ford truck and he started to sell fish from one place to another with the market women and so forth and so on. And that developed into where he was able to get a loan, obviously. And then, of course, his brother was a chairman of the Bank of Liberia before until he became president of Liberia. He was the chairman of the Bank of Liberia, and very likely he could have gotten a loan from there. But he had all the requisite requirements to be able to borrow property, all of that, and so forth. But I think what we should be looking at more is the kind of corporate entrepreneurship that a Liberian was able to have develop an entity that will grow into more or less regional relevance rather than us
Mr. Horton,
straying.
don't get me wrong. I'm one of Steve Talbot's biggest fan.
I didn't get you wrong. I was not thinking of
the foundation.
No.
What actually inspired him to move to that position? You said the loans and stuff like that. The foundation was the recommendation from the UN agency. So yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are two Liberians, many others. But if we're looking at coming in the 50s and 60s and around that time, two Liberians that always impressed me as a young person. One was Romeo Horton, and the other one was Stephen Talbot, and both of them at least had some relationship. There was a difference in style. One of them probably was not as aggressive and far-reaching as the other. Stephen Tolbert was that. He would speculate. He would see anything and he would work after it until he got it. Romeo was more conservative, and I guess that's the banking aspect of where he came from. But I take them from the perspective of individuals who felt motivated and confident enough to establish corporate entity, because Liberia has always been very limited in corporations.
Yeah.
We've either had Maso and Sons or Francis Horton and children, but those were corporate entities that brought in investors, though they limited. I'd had John Bear to tell me this, peace be to his ashes. He said when Romeo King, he was trying to order us to buy shares, we thought the man was talking foolishness. But John Bear was one of my best friends. So I'm not speaking in a negative way. So I look at them from that perspective. Maybe some of the money, because where Talbot were concerned, since his brother was in government, we could speculate on that. But let's look at the valuable and substantive aspect of what was done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Nippy, you kind of quiet. What's going on?
Well, you the moderator. I always like to play my game gently,
Exactly. So let him ask this question, and then I'll come back to you, sir, if you don't mind.
But he has been there 5 times, so he can go on.
No. Yeah, I can be there. I can be there now.
All right.
Okay, my question. Oh, Honorable Horton. You and Joe Walker, I don't know if you went to the same CWA.
No.
Mr. Nippet, don't laugh now. And I don't know if you supported him or not. I supported him. What is your impression about Joe Walker as president of the Republic of Liberia?
Mr. Horton, if you don't mind, let me tell you, Mr. Horton was a consultant to the John Butler Group, if you don't know that. We consulted him as we went along, but just I didn't want to share that.
But his impression now.
Yeah, but thank you very much.
Yesterday and today.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Barker and myself, we got to know each other when there was an organization called the Junior Chamber of Commerce, JC's Liberia. It's an international organization. I was president at that time, and he was a member. And we had different functional areas, and he was like the parliamentary person. And we got to know each other very intimately and strongly, even after the organization and all of that. He and I kept in touch. And so when he was running his campaign, obviously, we were prepared to be of support to him. I think if to answer that question, I have to be a little bit broad-minded in trying to talk about the country for anybody to lead. Our country is not an easy country to lead. I think we have to be honest with that. And I often wonder about people who want to take that initiative to go into it without trying to understand the intricacy and implicacies of trying to manage that, govern that country. I often wonder. And so Boyka, maybe like a lot of others who want to run that country, who want to be president of that country, maybe see it from a different perspective. They see the opportunities, they see the ways and means by which they can do great and do many. But when you get there, you have to do with mindsets. You have to deal with mentalities. You have to deal with issues of poverty. You have to deal with issues of corruption. You have to deal with issues of health and condition and education. And all of these things are far-reaching. They are far-reaching. So when you get there, your first question is who you're going to select. And you are selecting people on the basis of those who supported you, whether you have to consider them qualified or unqualified, or whatever it is, you have to sometimes put them in these positions. All of these are setbacks. So I think what is happening now, as much as Joe Boyka had the good intentions towards managing the country, he's probably facing these realities. Right. And we only pray for him that he will do his best. But I think his intentions are good. I sincerely believe his intentions are good. But whether his capacity is able to deal with the inherent issues that are facing our nation is what I'm not too sure of. And I say that with reservation.
Thank you. Thank you. And as I said from the get-go, maybe every week we'll bring you here.
Oh.
I will tell Archie to bring you here. I mean, the wisdom you are providing. I mean, I try to trick you, and every question you answer it perfectly.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
So don't be running away from I beg today for now. You will be our repository of knowledge here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Mr. Nippet?
Yes, let me say thank you to Mr. Horton.
Hey, my chat with the choo-choo business.
No, I'm not going to go to, I will call you, you on the show. And you are one of the senior librarians. And I have to give deference. The Bible tells us to give to Caesar what is Caesar. Should I not give you your due deference?
Thank you, thank you.
So for me, it's a distinguished honor to welcome Mr. Francis Choo-Choo Horton, a man with a vast knowledge, both domestic and international. He knows all the four corners. I am impressed this evening because you have succinctly buttressed my earlier statement about how Steve was able, Mr. Horton, the former finance minister, was able to garner his wealth. And the first stone that was thrown his way, I did not want to inject the Excellency RTC's President William R. Talbot into the conversation. I wanted to divorce myself from there and speak directly to what I have learned. Because I work with Meserata Group of Company, and we had to study the history of the company. And it was there that I came across I think the author of the information did not find it necessary, as I also found, to inject the vice president at the time into the story, because it would be something like brother helping a brother. So he decided to just distance himself. And that Mr. Stephen A. Horton secured a loan around the 60s or something to have established the Meserata Group of Company, because I joined that company around 1972.
You mean Stephen A. Talbot now?
Thank you so much, Stephen A. Talbot. And I joined that company in 1972. And I was able to give them a narration of the various segments of the corporation, employing a little over 40,000 persons, including his business in Wanga Sange Farm. You come here at a time where people are now looking at the Liberian translation policy, and that's what we call his speedy at the time. And from his mat-to-mattress policies, His Akin looked at what Liberia he would have loved Liberia to be. I think and I stand to be corrected, what His Excellency, the late President Talbot, did was he was giving out a baton, but on that baton was pieces of economic buttons, that he would have loved to see Liberian touch. As we took one step after another, which would have culminated into the growth and development of the economy. Unfortunately, we went to war, and then thereafter the story changed. Fronters would come in and line their pockets. Leaders were not open-minded to look at the previous president plans laid down for the growth and development of Liberia. And so this is where we're talking about the Liberian naturalization policy. That if successive leaders were very conscious of moving Liberia from a to a B position, and another one comes and say, well, we are at B, we move it to the C, and in tandem, aggressively, you have a composite structure of development. Unfortunately, that is not the case. And so we're thinking about what government can do at this point in time to stop the frontal, how they can identify the fronters with the view of short-circuiting them or cutting them off and making sure that we deal with Liberians. And I came with this point. And I took the point from the background of Mr. Talbot Steve, that if Steve would have had no collateral, went to Agriculture Bank, though I knew that President Talbot was the sitting president of Vice President Talbot was the sitting president of the bank, but could have gone there and they did not ask him for collateral. Is it not doable at this point in time that if John Doe wants to open a steel factory and say, all right, I go to Bank of Monrovia if it were in existence, say, I want to open I need a letter of credit. I've identified the source for materials. This is my plan to open this steel factory, but buyers will come to you. Because the reason why I'm saying that is that when I was on the pastoral council of the Sacred Heart Cathedral, the Catholic Church, I made that proposal because the registrars were just taking money and pocketing. So at the end of the year, you have 2,000 students, and the school made nothing. So I said, well, the Catholic school system, as chairman, should now re-identify a payment system such that creates a solvency for the institutions, by the student parents going straight to the bank and paying the money there and coming with a receipt. And that receipt is taken to the school. It means the student account is credited with the $2 or $10 pay into the bank. So that forces, therefore, the registrar for putting his hand into the Maroya rock jar as was being manufactured by Mr. J.D. Jones. And that's the point. Don't you see that to be a viable way of bringing Liberians into the economy, bringing Liberian entrepreneurs, bringing Liberia with the wisdom, the idea of creating an economic environment such that the more we are together, the more we have our hands in our economy, the more solvent the country will be. And that's the point I would like for you to address. How do you see that, Mr. Horton?
I think you've made some very profound points and relevant points to the question of entrepreneurship and business development in Liberia. But there's a saying that said, easier said than done.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that not to dissuade or disagree or be controversial to what you said. I said it because I believe, just let me give you an example. Well, first of all, you know the business college was started by Romeo Horton, and it's named after him.
Mm-hmm.
A. Romeo Horton Business and Management. They would tell you that the university students prefer to go and do social studies, and very few of them really go into the business colleges comparatively. Why is that so? Why would they want to go social sciences and not go into business? Social science that you and I both know can take little or nothing as compared to business. Pardon? Hello?
I'm sorry, Ms. Upton, go
You're
ahead.
following? Yeah, all right. And that tells you something about our people. So what you are saying about how we could develop our economy in Liberia, having Liberians involved, it's a wonderful idea. But how do you get to change the minds of people to think entrepreneurial? Business college is also doing entrepreneurship, and I'm sure there are many other colleges and universities are doing the same thing. But to get our people more inclined, so if you go historically, you can see why liberalization never prospered as a policy. It's unfortunate, but there is something ingrediently wrong. I hate to put it that way. It sounds like I'm being a naysayer, but we have to look at the reality. You raised some very good points as to how we could develop the economy, but that's why I say easier said than done. Because our people seem to be more interested in grabbing something for nothing than putting effort into getting something. That's some of the problems that we have to face. How do we change it? I'm not trying to be complacent.
Yeah. If I may just,
yeah.
No, carry on, sir. Carry on, sir. No, carry on. You are in flight.
And so, if we don't have the mind, the commitment, the conviction, it has to be something inherent in us. It has to be built into us. Somehow, something has gone wrong over the years, whether in the previous republic or the second republic. Let's stop casting blame and let's look at what can be done. That's why I liked you when you and Archie came up with the Liberian organization. I said, yeah, let's go see if we can do a sufficient research to see how we can find a way to put it forward, because I don't think it's being promulgated in this administration that much. I know they're concerned about Liberians in business, but I don't know if the policy itself is one of those that are prominent now. I'm not sure, and I don't want to be critical of the government. But we need to find a way. That's the only way you can develop your own country. I'll give you a little history about my parents. Not to be boastful, but it's always good to talk first for yourself. Owen Horton went to Liberia with his wife in the 1970s from the National Baptist Convention Foreign Mission Board. Obviously, from his Jamaican background, his ambition was to go to Africa. And the first opportunity to go to Liberia, he grabbed it. He took a job. He went there. But he was not satisfied. He was not satisfied with the missionaries' approach. And so in 1923, he went to look at, and this is a tribalistic in a way, but his first identity was with the tribal in Grand Bassa Council,
the Bassa people.
And so when he came to Monrovia, he went to South Beach. There he was told by somebody to go there, and he met this PCO family that was chief. And he met another man called Jacob Issy, and one or two. He talked to them about God, about Jesus. And he baptized in 1923 to form the first church called St. Simon Baptist Church. If you pass on Horton Drive, you pass on Capitol Bypass, you see that church there.
I know the church very well. It's a white church.
Yeah. What is my point? My point is, Omer Horton never allowed any foreign mission board to help him. His first made sure he formed a society called the Basel Brotherhood Industrial Benefit Society. And you all know some history about how the Fortis became a tax for land and all of that.
I know about Basel community.
Yes. Then he decided to form conferences before he died in 1965 or 66 there. Before he died, there were 49 churches in all different parts of Liberia, particularly in Grand Bassa County, and one in Sierra Leone. That's when he took Stephen, your man Stephen, and myself to school in Albert Academy. He started the church, the Raffle. You heard that name, Raffle? Mr. Jonathan Raffle?
Jonathan
I'm sure you
Raffle.
heard that name. Yeah. That's who he met. There's a church there now that he started there in that period of time. What is my point? Everywhere he went, starting from Basel community where 10 acres of land, he bought there. When you move from there, and the other day I was in Liberia in July, just to tell you this story, I was in July, so I went to one of the church conferences that he started. It was held, and I attended somewhere there in Shoplin, yeah. So while I was there, they asked me to speak. And I decided to speak to the church members, the pastors and things, in a practical way. I said to them, starting from Loking Town, Brother Pastor, how much land did Omer Horton buy there for the conference? He said 3 lots. I passed Pastor Community and I went to 7th Street, Berea Baptist Church. I asked the pastor in the conference, how much land did D.R. Horton buy there? He said he bought 3 lots, I think 2.5 lots. I left from there. I went on Old Road, what do you call it, Congo Town, where you know the American school system is. You know where that is? Yes. He bought 10 acres of land. The first low-cost housing that was ever started in Liberia by Talbot. He bought 8 acres from that conference. He bought 10 acres of land. As you go to White Flower, he bought 37 acres of land in the name of the conference. As we go to Wema Town, before you reach Wema Town, let's stop a little bit at ERA. There's the Antioch Baptist Church. There he bought a lot. When you Wema Town, where the D.R. Horton Memorial Baptist Church is, he bought another 3 lots there. Then you go to I think Weston, what do you call that town? Further town there. But let's go to Buchanan. 70.5 acres of land he bought there. Then let's go to Kakata, 300 or 200 acres of land. They can't even find good 10 acres now, the rest of it. And so forth and so on. What was my point? He wanted them to be self-sufficient, independent, and not dependent. Everywhere he wanted them to plant land, to plant their own cassava farm, to be able to be self-sufficient and lease properties out for rent. That's the concept of Pan-Africanism, believing that a black man can do something for himself and herself.
Absolutely.
But we don't find this to be very common. I hope I didn't sound boastful, but I thought to bring that example up. And all of the pastors, let me put it this way, they say you've been talking to us ever since, but the first time you ever brought it to us in that manner, and they all got excited, and yet the land is in their care. Nobody is not in the Horton's care, not anybody else is in their care. All the land I'm talking about, they have deeds. We need to find a way to get our people to appreciate that which they have, and that is the sweat of your brow. A labor is not a sin. It's not anything to be shameful about. We need to find a way to get our people to be industrious, self-sufficient, independent. I think ARCHIE and myself have had some exchanges on this. So to make your point, yes, liberalization can only be effective and successful and productive if we can get the minds of our people to appreciate that this is something to benefit us, and we have to tie into it. We have to buy into it. We have to stop selling ourselves to other foreigners just to make a break.
And just on that note of selling ourselves, I want to bring it into a little proverb of this little boy whose mother had worked so hard to feed him. And on this day, he has a bowl of rice with him, or a plate, let her put it in the context of a plate. And there's another boy standing by who wants to eat about 85, 90%, because I understand what you're saying. And so he sells 85 to 90% of the rice to his friend. Only to leave after the friend has eaten. Then he tells him, man, I'm hungry. The man said, oh, I gave you food just now. Now, what am I saying? It's exactly what you are saying. Liberia is for Liberians, but the mindset is crooked. Until we can watch, like the bar says,
are you being polite?
Well, sometimes you got to pinch the little child so the little child can know what you mean.
Yeah.
So our minds are a little, but we need to ask the Lord to say, wash me out white as snow. Because I listened to the youngest politician ever, George Solo in Liberia, who took a party from nowhere and ascended someone like who played after me to the apex of leadership of our country. And so if our minds were changed and you had that one in a lifetime opportunity to meet with your good old friend, would it be a good thing for you to sit down with him and say, listen, you need to leave a legacy. The legacy is such that creates the enabling environment that when you, like we're talking about Talbot today, who has said these number of businesses are for Liberian. Would it be will you kindly consider, if you were to meet with him, to just ring around him the conversation about being a little bit far-sighted, being a little bit conscientious about the future of Liberia, being a little bit constructive about how Liberia can reposition itself, being a little bit magnanimous such that he can speak to his bankers. Because the point I'm making here is that whenever someone wants to create a business, it's about collateral. And if you don't have a collateral, you cannot get money from the bank. And that's why I came up with this point that if the banks will be able to look at the idea, they will construct the factory. Everything about that factory, they will do it. All that Mr. John has to do or Mr. Nippy has to do is to do the employment. Employ the people, put them to the job, and the money is sent to the bank to buy the commodities. Let me say commodity, latex gloves, for instance. So if I'm making 1 million liter glove and I send one of them for $1 a piece of glove or a pair of glove, that would be $1 million. So if I owe the bank $200,000 to import all of the material, the hardware, everything that it has to do, and my operation costs and everything that the bank has given me, you subtract that from there, and the residual amount will be with the bank. And so with that latex factory, I could employ, like Stevie Tower start with, say, 50 persons. Now, arithmetically, 50 persons, if they have 2 children each, I'll be helping 100 persons. Can you do that for Liberia? And look at that from the point of a gift. My last gift to Liberia is to talk to my good old friend, whom I helped to elevate him to the position of the presidency. Is that something that you could think about, and then in due time you do?
Well, maybe I think your point is well taken. The only question when you have questions like these and on an open forum, public forum as this, sometimes you can't be as blunt.
I understand you.
As possible. But
you can't be like Elizabeth Blunt.
No, yeah. I think all things considered, it's a good idea for one to be able to share and to speak to it, but not specifically talking about Joe Boyka per se, President Boyka per se. One of the problems I find with our people who are in position, let me tell you, when I was at the National Bank, there are two things I considered, I followed, and I paid attention to in terms of our people. There were a lot of qualified boys in the research and other departments at the bank. Some of them had studied at Harvard, some of them had studied on this Fulbright scholarship. And I was wondering that they were not being fully utilized. The conclusion I came to is that our mentality, listen to me carefully. The head, let's say the governor, just arbitrarily, but specifically arbitrarily, the governor does not want anybody to know that he doesn't know. That's the first thing. So he doesn't easily call for information, for guidance, for suggestions, for thoughts. The qualified person who's in the research or accounting or whatever department is also obliged and not sharing my idea with the person because my sense you had that job. And so what do you find there? The openness and freedom and liberalism, liberalism, that's the word I want to and what you call an educated person, an intellectual person is someone who's not afraid to listen to others and learn from others, because that's what makes your intellectualism grow and greater. But these are some of the things, if you can gather from this point that I'm making, what I'm trying to say is sometimes when you think you're going to offer some advice to somebody, the sensitivity draw in. Well, who is he to come and tell me what? I'm not saying this would be the case with my friend now. I just give you.
No, I'm not saying that either.
I just give you a hypothetical example. But definitely, the leader that proves to be great, magnanimous, and highly respected is one who is open to advice and to seek consultation. It's one who is prepared to listen to others. And realizing that the final decision is his, but he draws from the benefits and the wisdoms of others. But we find that can be sometimes very limited.
Right.
One of the issues you'll find is when I was at the National Investment Commission, and I would have thought that many times when investors came in with good ideas, and you try to see how you can share them with the appropriate agency of government, some of the experiences would be, but what's in it for me? What's in it for me? Before you even listen to the greater good, to that which matters to the nation as a whole. And people do not realize when you let people eat, you will eat. But if you want to eat first, you will not eat. I just have to put it that bluntly.
Yeah.
If you just take care of the children will not be asking you for anything. They will be satisfied. Just make sure they are all right. And by that time, they will not even be looking at what is left. I'm not suggesting that as a way for corruption, but I'm just saying why the nation is stifling in terms of growth, because seem to be a prominent part in it. I'm not saying it's true with this government, but it's true successively in the individuals.
It is
So
true
yes. To
because
answer your question,
nowadays they ask you what's in it for me.
let me just say
Well,
this.
Mr. Nubo, we answering my question.
Let me just say this. Answer your question. Definitely, I get that opportunity. I will seize it. I will definitely seize it, as I always do whenever he and myself have talked. In time now, since he's been president, it's more difficult to reach to him. But whenever, before I left Liberia, I must be honest to say, when I was told that my son-in-law was passing before I came, he was kind enough to talk with me and offer condolences and so forth and so on. So I have that opportunity. I will not deny it. He's a friend. So I get it. I will talk. And every time I get it, I will throw something.
What a pleasure, what a pleasure, what a pleasure. With that note, I want to say it's never late to say have my belated condolences, sir. And thank you so much.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, Mr. Nippy, and Mr. Underwood. I think Mr. Kasser has been very quiet, so I'm gonna bring in after this my one question. Mr. Horton, you
don't be like that, boy. Don't be like that, boy. We're Mr. Horton. And when I went to the university for that intellectual discourse, and I can't remember the boy's name, but he said, Mr. Horton. The banker turned, the biologist turned banker, now politician. That's how you saw the Mr. Horton. I said, what are you coming to say? I try to remember that boy. Mr. Horton, the biologist turned banker, now politician. You know, I was doing the campaign, I went there to talk. Yeah, go ahead. No, man,
you got to spell out all your portfolios.
Yeah, but when you said that Mr. Horton is something there like the boy.
Just as the boy.
Yeah.
You brought something to my mind when we started talking, and you repeated it tonight. So this is where my question is coming from. You said, Archie, everything we're saying, I want you to think about this. What our Liberian people mindset? And then you went on to say, think about this. Why would a grown man walking down the street stop, pull down his pen, whip out his dingling, and then pee on the wall in an open, space?
Near the mansion. Yeah, they were right in front of my house, but the other one was by the mansion. Two people there. Where you want people there for? Go there. He had to run down behind the university. There's somewhere to go, people. Go ahead. That tells you.
I started thinking about that. And then you said, Archie, we need to first of all understand the Liberian people mindset. Because we can talk about all the beautiful policies and projects and plans. If we don't work on our people mind, none of this thing will work. And you repeated it tonight. So it seems to me you're very passionate about that. So my question then is,
before you come in with that question, I want to pass something by Mr. Horton so that it enables him to speak on it. Right. Mr. Horton, you remember Roadway to Health? There was a regular program from the health ministry.
Thomas Bleedy.
Omer Bleedy. And Mr. Franco.
Francis Bleedy.
Francis Popo Bleedy. And this other one with Mr. Franco Robert, this I remember.
Yeah.
And from those two information that were filtered into the public, in Monrovia those days, you couldn't just be anywhere.
No.
26 days, you will paint your house and your flag will be up. You could not use abusive languages. So go right ahead, Archie. Okay. I just want to put that to his attention.
All right. I just want to say, Mr. Chris B. Wesley is watching from Conway, Ken River G, and he's enjoying the show. So thank you, Mr. Chris B. Ware.
I'm enjoying the show from Conway, Ken too.
Okay. Conway, Ken, Philadelphia. That's right. So
no, Philadelphia.
All right. So
Mhm.
my question then, Mr. Horton, have you given this a thought? And if you have you developed some kind of a approach towards this? Because you seem too passionate about it. Because every time I think you have the chance to speak to your fellow citizens, you want them to understand this about our mindset. What is it that makes us to do what we do? And what is wrong with us? So I'm wondering, have you really given it a thought? And if you have, how do you think we can fix this mindset of ours that is seem to be a sub debilitating attitude towards ourselves?
Have you spent any time, I mean, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, on any rural area, any interior area, any town where they do farming? Have you spent any time? Do you recall spending any time there
Yes.
in your lifetime? Huh?
Yes. Yes.
Have you observed how people going to the farm in the morning?
Yes.
Give me a description.
So in 1999, before I left, helped my mother branch about, I think, about 4 or 5 acres, 4 or 5. So we wake up in the morning, and the first thing to do, first of all, the old man wakes up in the morning, he takes all the colices, and he's shopping them nicely, find a basket, put everything there, and uh, get everybody ready, and find something to eat, and then we hit the road straight on the farm.
And how you hit the road? When you what was actually your intentions for that day? Was
Okay.
it just to clear a particular area, or to plant, or to harvest, or and was it that just the exact interest you all have for that particular time?
Yes, absolutely. To go first.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's part of the limitation that has affected us. I tell you two things. I've sat down because we have a farm. And first, let me put it this way. After the war destroyed everything that we possibly had on the farm, we had over 900 acres of rubber. We had a large size building there, and so forth and so on. And that building was totally destroyed. The entire rubber farm was completely cut off. And you know what would happen to the trees? They were used for wood. So I started to go back to the farm in 2006, 2005, 2006, when I thought everything was quiet. I'm not losing your question, though.
Sure.
And the first thing I did was, if my father could come here in 1938 and plant up to 800 acres of rubber, at least let me see if I can put 50 acres down. That was my challenge. Everything was clear. Let me see if I can fix the house. After I was able to do the little that I could do, the land was there. So I called all of my brothers and sisters living in that area there. I said, yo, come. Yo, let's form a cooperative. The land is there. You don't have to go and rent. You don't have to lease. You don't have to do anything. The land is there. We come to an understanding. The cooperative before us. And who you all speak spell it? Melele. It was the Melele cooperative. Sinta cooperative. But Melele means something fine, good. They gave it a pellet name. I said, okay, one of you must be chairman, not me, of the board. One of you must be the manager, because the cooperative in government will come and help us to set up. They send people there, and one side of the story is, I got to be careful how you talk here, is that those who come, you got to make sure they are comfortable before they can come and go back. I'm not saying anything negative. So that's all part of the process. They come, they train, they get you established. Then you get your license. We got the license. I'm only an advisor. Do you know what happened? They planted the first 1 or 2 acres together. There are about 30 persons who chipped into the cooperative. When I left to come abroad, I told them, I said, y'all come up with about 4 projects and let me know which projects you want to implement. They said, okay. I left, I came to America. After 1 month, I called and said, oh man, we're working on it. After 2 months, oh man, we're working on it. After 3 months, they said, oh man, but you yourself said, since the money business is hard, how are we going to manage? Where the money going to come from if we do a project? I said, oh, do you want to know what they call money? He said, yeah, oh man. Call me part 2. So I said, okay, do we have land? He said, yeah. The same thing the people were talking of. Do we have land? They say yes. I said, the technology that we need for planting cassava, for planting banana and planting okra and planting rice, do we need to go and pay for it? They said, no. I said, that's money. I said, labor, since it's a cooperative, will we need labor to pay for labor? They said, no. I said, that's money. I'm trying to show you the mentality. That's money. I said, okay, do you know that with these 3 assets that we have, these valuables that we have, we can go to any one of the stores in Kakata, the agriculture store, and credit from there. The same thing the people was talking. We can go to any bank or any kind of agency that would lend and say we have land to mortgage, we have the manpower to do it, and this is our project.
Mm-hmm.
And we have these are the collateral. Now, let me push one step further. I asked them, the cassava farm that you were trying to plant, what happened? They said, oh man, cassava stick hard to find. I said, have you all been planting cassava? They said, yes. I said, cassava stick hard to find. And when the cassava, you harvest the cassava, sour will left, the sticks will be there. They said, yeah. I said, but why can't you find the cassava stick that are already around? Oh man, hard to find. Each one of them made individually a cassava farm, but refused to be collectively. I can't answer you anymore, except to tell you these are the things we have to deal with. I have tried. I'm doing my memoir. I'll put that. With all of these resources available, nobody making any contention, don't pay any dues, don't pay any fee, as God is my living witness. Yet my set of people prefer to do their farms individually. How do you explain that? These are issues that we can't give up on, but it tells you something about what you have to deal with. And sometimes I wonder whether our leaders who get in the area of governance, whether they understand the depth of our problem.
I don't know where you are really from.
What?
Oh, are you from Grand GEDEH, from Maryland, and this and that? No.
Masorado County.
Oh, Masorado County.
That's where I'm from.
Can I just come in?
You okay. No. You can't come in. I mean, we're talking about these issues here. And we have money on the ground that people from Monterey County, people from Bond County, people from Grand GEDEH County could utilize. And our people are playing with them. And that's why I do not appreciate. So you want to come in, you come in, but I will interrupt you, in your deliberation. Thank you.
So, Mr. Honorable Horton, as I was saying before, If you got 80 to 90%, of our economy being dominated by foreigners, I mean, we are in a crisis point. It's a crisis situation we're in. I mean, we look at the landscape, 300 miles of coastline. We've got the largest virgin forest in West Africa. Gold, diamond, you name it. The natural resources in abundance. But still, when our government officials open their mouth, they talk about development partners. So we're really in a very, very critical situation. And I think the fact that we turn our backs on entrepreneurship is cultural. We just feel that the whole business is for foreigners. It's not for us. Let the Lebanese man, the Indians, Chinese, they all come and dominate that. We will, front for them to get their business, but we don't want to be any part of it. So that's the situation. But something I said earlier when I was speaking to Mr. Wright and Mr. Nippy and Nubo is that the government needs to roll out more incentives to small businesses. The businesses that have potential to scale. The government can come in and be the guarantor at the banks for loans. This is not I wouldn't say a strictly foreign concept, but it's something that they do in the United States. Every company in the United States that's successful, that's a Fortune 500 company, has some sort of government intervention in terms of incentives, tax breaks, and even loans. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, but that's I just wish I'm not signed like some naysayer. But I try to make certain points for you to know the depth of which our situation is, and not that we believe we should leave it like that. I hear you. I mean, we should do. But do you know how many times government has made efforts to lend money out for businesses and nobody paid?
No.
It doesn't mean we shouldn't do it again.
No, I understand. The tradition was to lend it out, to lend money out to friends.
Are you making that point as a justification for something? It's a combined situation.
Let me say, Bob Johnson came to Liberia. The man who has RLJ, $35 million. $35 million for small businesses. It was loaned out to friends, and they didn't pay back.
Yes, sir.
So I'm talking about a real life example. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The problem is not limited to one set of people. It's a circular thing. It's an all-round thing. In other words, if the person who was lending the money does not have that conviction enough to know that he should not just be giving it to friends and relatives, but rather to people who come up with a clear-cut business productive plan that can be easily implemented and profit can be gained, then he is just as guilty as the people who took the money. So I hear what you're saying, but we can't use it because they were giving out to friends. That's the problem. That's the very problem I'm trying to state. The problem seems to be inherent. Who do we put the blame on? The person who received the money to loan?
That's why I say it's cultural. It's cultural. And I think it also has to do with the fact that we've got few institutions that we can point to say that's a solid institution. All our institutions are in disarray besides the presidency.
I have a little, I differ a little there because I've used something that you could do, government could do, or the banks could do. And Mr. Harding, in his explanation, talk about collateral. When he talk about his farm, getting a cooperative society wherein or whereby the people on the farm will have been self-sufficient in food production or what have you. But here's my take on how government could impact positively on the economy. If you, Mr. Cancer, for instance, wants to open a shoe manufacturing business, you go to the bank, the government empowers you by going to the bank, getting a little of credit. The company builds the factory. And every pair of shoes that you send to the wholesale distributor or whoever the buyer will be, they pay to the bank. So your hands are clean, your hands are washed. If we can graduate from this, the issue of fronting, the issue of improprieties and what have you, the way to cut that coat to this measurement is for the government to say, listen, the likes of Mr. Casa, the 10% that Mr. Casa, they want to open a different company. Don't get them 1 cent. Don't give them a penny. But open the business. He's just there to be the president or the manager for that company. But before they buy the pen, Mr. Nepes also want to open pen factory. Before they buy a pen or a gross of pen, which is 144 pieces of pens, or 12 by 12, let them pay it to Band X, get a receipt, as I give the example of the capitalist system that we propose, and they bring it to Mr. Nepes' company. Mr. Nepes can deliver the goods. In that way, the bank has the money because the bank is the guarantor. In that way, the bank has the collateral because the project that they build it, and it costs only $30. So until Mr. Nepes is able to get those receipts, that will be $40 and pay off the bank, and only $10 in the bank for him, or $5 in the bank for him with $5 to do his business. Because after that, if it's something like a 10 to 10 key project, he pays the bank $30 and pays them the interest, which is $5. So Mr. Nepes has a residual amount of $5, and the company is giving to him the key, is turned over to Mr. Nepes. The company now becomes Mr. Nepes. In that way, credibility would have been established. Durability of that company would have been established. The question of eating money would have been dispensed of, and then Liberians would be employed. And the fifth on that listing would be the economy. There will be solvency or a level of solvency in the economy. I don't know how Mr. Horton will read into that.
You know, when you present it the way you present it, it sounds straightforward and it sounds feasible. But who handles this thing?
The banks.
Personalities have to be involved in this. That process you described very succinctly as you described it, it has to be done by persons, individuals. If they lack the credibility, if they lack the commitment, let me just give you an elementary example, if you will consider elementary. I'm at the First International Bank. I am supposed to be the managing director of First International Bank, which is a Nigerian bank, majority owned. And I asked one of my staff members to go and get a pro forma for a briefcase or something for the office. He goes and he comes back with the invoice. And because he's not there to go back to the bank for the issue, I gave the invoice to another member of the bank who works in the department, whichever. And he goes, and the thing was for $100. And the boy who carries the things, I would say my sort of administrative special assistant, he comes and he sits at my desk and he says, I got the particular thing I went for. Yes, the receipt, but the Lebanese man said that the person who came yesterday, it was for $100, but he would give it for $90 and he would get $10. So I ring the bell and call for my controller. And I asked the fellow in front of me to explain to the controller what transpired. He said the same thing. The fellow who went yesterday, the Lebanese man, had agreed that we discount the thing and gave him the $10. So I asked the controller, I said, who is that money for? He said, oh, it should be for the bank because the bank is a business, a discount. I'm just giving that as an example of the mentality. The person did not even realize that what he was talking was corrupt or wrong. He was telling me as president and managing director of the bank, what are we dealing with here? So education maybe might be one of our main issues, and not education. Back to that discussion, Nipe, you and actually we had together. It should go back again on how we're training our children in some specialized area to be self-sufficient, to be independent, to be entrepreneurs, to be business people. Because I like the saying that somebody says in America, America is business, business is America. The president of the United States, who gets all his emoluments, does not make even a good 15% of what the average 1,000 or 2,000 this corporation make. These people spend money for people to go into the office, but they prefer as president. But they themselves, as corporate leaders, CEOs, they prefer to stay in their businesses. All they want is the government to take care of the country, that there will be no war, there will be no instability. So business makes a nation. The development of any nation comes from the corporate entrepreneurship of the individuals that make up the nation. The people who are in our country and with our free exchange process, they come, they make money, and the profit goes out. None of it is plowed back into our economy. So I hear you, Nippy, you're making good points, but how do we implement it? How do we carry it out? If the persons who are involved are not committed, they are not sincere, they are not honest, they are not morally inclined. And as I say, I don't want to sound like I'm naysayer or despondent or anything of that sort, but these are some of the realities at this age that we have to put in. So if we can get our leaders, our government, and our private institutions, educational institutions, to spend more time on entrepreneurship. I remember my brother Romeo was able to get the Wharton School of Finance to support him during the period of our coup in Liberia, during that period, when I say the coup, during that period, before the administration got elected. But I'm saying that the Wharton School of Finance, he asked me to join him, and we went to 3 or 4 countries. I like the one we went to Secretary. And when we got to Secretary, Romeo was explaining to him about the entrepreneurship of where this university wanted to support any other university in helping the citizens of this country to be more inclined to entrepreneurship. And what I liked was the secretary was so impressed and so attached by this that he was complimenting Rumi. But Rumi was not able to go back to Liberia. I only met him in Guinea because that time he was himself was scared, was afraid to go back after they arrested him 2-3 times, took him off of the plane, so he was hesitant to go there. But secretary made that compliment that this was a wonderful idea, and only somebody who loved the soil on which they were born and fell down and crawled was able to come back with that idea. Entrepreneurship is the business. And then we gave Romeo credit for starting the business college in the university. But how many of our students go there? When they leave from there, they want a job. They want a job in a business and so forth and so on. So the idea of government supporting individuals in business is a good one. But the question is, who are these people when they get the money? How do we get them? How do we make sure that they can employ it and apply it for what they took it for? You don't look at me as trying to sport things, make things.
If I make just a moment, let me clarify that statement.
Mr. Nippy, I'll let you finish, but I want to say we got 10 minutes to close. We should leave at.
Archie, you want to destroy this whole thing here, man? We got somebody. Yeah, man.
Okay, all right. No, because I want Mr. Horton to be back here tomorrow. I don't want to keep him all night, and then when I call tomorrow, he's my man, I spent too much time on that.
No, he will not do that because Mr. Nubo is asking gently to please be on our show.
Okay.
That was just
all right.
That was just He didn't give me a chance to say no. He didn't give me a chance to say, I couldn't say no. He psychologized me straight into the only thing I could say, okay,
okay. My thing is to divorce Mr. Nippy from handling a single dime. Open the pen factory. Government will be your guarantees. Like Tolbert had on the Bushra Island industrial free zone. Opening the pen factory at the industrial free zone, government of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Nippy handles no money. The only money that Mr. Nippy handles, and I like to put it in my own case, is his payroll, which contains his people's salary, operational expenses, and all those little things, vehicle and all those kind of things. But Mr. Nippy is unauthorized from the production of the various quality or grades of pen not to sell one piece of pen unless that receipt comes from the bank. In that way, Mr. Nippy is boxed in a way that he cannot use the liquid cash, because this is where the dishonesty comes from. So that security, he's put into a security arena, so to speak, financial security area, that he cannot use the money. All he has is the copybook. The copybook to do his production, where his people go to work, produce the pens, and that's all. And the boss takes the people back home. After the next day, they come back to work. But he's not going to be giving $200,000 or even $50,000 to do anything. Nothing. There's nothing to say, oh, the people came yesterday and they didn't finish the dough, so I need $20,000 from you to finish this dough. No. The bank takes complete control of the establishment of the business. And that's wherein it becomes the collateral for that business until liquidation of that loan is completed. And that's what I just wanted to add on that.
All right. But I keep saying you're making a good, basic, fundamental, idealistic, working in a utopia, if that's the word. I like to, it's better for me to give example. One very good friend of mine, close friend, responsible man, came to me. He said, you know, Chuchu, there's rice importation for Liberia. Business Liberian people could get together, Liberians themselves could get together, because the Lebanese and the Indians are making 100+ profit on this rice. We can get into that business and order it. I listen to him, and then I have to answer him. The answer I gave is similar to what I want to say to Nippy in his beautiful idea. Not to discourage the idea, okay, put it together, but these are the realities. I said to him, when the rice arrives, who goes to take it? He said, well, our Liberian people. I said, okay. To take it from the place to carry it to the warehouse, who carries it? You or me or us? Somebody has to carry it. When it's in a warehouse, who mines the rice? Somebody has to mine the rice. The problem we are facing is personality. The persons who will be in charge. That bank that you speak so honorably about, because you're coming from the background of a banking institution where nobody went into banking until they proved to be honest, when a 1 cent or 10 cent is considered far from their minds. not to mention $100 or $1,000. You're talking about what? What do the banks now? I just told you an example of people in the bank. So I'm not saying these are not things that we can implement, but how do we fine tune them to make sure that the persons who are involved, and not just look at the institution, the process is a wonderful process. But the persons, we deal with
I see
persons
the word I just jumped out of my mind. You're talking about being credible.
Yes.
The person at the bank being credible and not to ask for 10-20%.
Exactly. They the one guy called the teller is look. Hey Lord, I don't like to talk too much. You know that why I don't want to be in your program because sometimes I get into I just said I get emotional. We send our child with $125 to go pay for her school fee. She brings us a receipt. And that receipt clearly from anybody that sees something wrong. But I don't know how to explain it. We got a lot to work on. The mentality, the mindset, how to change our people, how to get them convicted to the greater good. What you just explained, Nippy, if you follow through fairly and concisely and credibly, as you say, the benefits accrue to everybody who are involved or who are entitled to it. But somewhere along the line, somebody's eyes gonna get red and greedy and self-centered. How do we break that, my dear brothers? That's where I am. Then I bring one old man on the field with the show. Every time Jack gotta be bringing one old town story up.
No. That they said looking. I call that looking back.
Yeah,
because
It said what is it for plaiting the new mat?
On the old mat.
Yeah.
You see? So if we don't bring somebody like you, Liberians will now understand truly what the problems are and how for us to go forward.
And
I don't know
with these kinds of ideas that are coming from this platform, we should collect them. We should put them together, and then we can see how it can go forward. Don't let it just be in the air and stay in the air. And Nippy, that suggestion that you got is a good one. But when we're ready to implement it, we must first find out who are involved. What kind of commitment? I went to, when I was at the National Bank, I went to West African National Bankers Presidents Governors Association. This was in Nigeria. And the governor of the National Bank, of the Central Bank in Nigeria, had a sort of seminar of all the governors that were there. I went for Liberia, and all the governors that were there. And the discussion was on the question of loans. When our people borrow, they don't want to pay. That was a big discussion. And one of the bankers, central bank bankers, said, "Look, maybe even now that suggestion sounded as a good suggestion, but I think about it now in the context. He said maybe since our people are more respectful to the authorities, like the paramount chief or the town chief, if we get them to co-sign that note, maybe we should bring that into play." Those are some of the things that bankers on a regional basis were looking at in terms of how to get our people to pay back the loan. That was the LPA was a good thing because you go collect the check. But loans, you should have seen the portfolio, the loan portfolio that are delinquent. Because and one of the things that I found out about bankers is that a bank should be more interested in ensuring that that amount that they're lending to the customer is properly used because the bank benefits. The sales are channeled through the bank. The deposits are there, which the bank can draw on to lend. But at the same time, it gives credibility to the bank and to the person to borrow again. But if people don't see it that way. So I found that the bankers The bankers for me nowadays, bankers, or in the past few years, bankers are more concerned about the deal they can work out with the customer than the deal they can work out for the bank. I hate to say that, but don't
I
repeat me.
think no, I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you. That's why before you could end, I said the character of the person that you're dealing with. Because you will say I'm dealing with institution X, but the person behind that table could be the problem that you did not foresee. And to undo those kind of problems can be extremely sometimes difficult.
Exactly.
And yes, I understand your point. Where's Archie? It looks like Archie has run away.
Archie don't run away. Oh. What can I say?
Because he gonna obey. But I think they want to leave me in your hands and you in my hands. With that, let me just say thank you so much, Mr. Horton. The evening has been worth the while for us because your knowledge in the various sectors that you have just brought to us make us to understand where Liberia is, what needs to be done, and how Liberia can thrive in the future. So on behalf of the station and its management and Archie, Mr. Nubo, the panelist, and Mr. Cassidy, I want to say thank you so much for honoring the invitation to come on our show. I beg to differ and have a wonderful week and a blessed one too.
All right, but if you get a chance, I think Archie has my email and I think he has my address. Send me some particulars on the how it was started, when it was started, and who started it, and the objective and so forth.
Okay, sir.
I would like to at least know that so I can know who I'm talking to, and maybe encourage other people to listen to. Okay.
All right, sir.
Thank you too. It's my pleasure. I'm happy I could be, and it's so nice talking to younger people who seem to be more receptive and open-minded. You are quite an intellectual. I'm gonna tell you that you're well versed in your understanding of things and how you present it complimentarily, I must say. Okay.
Okay. Archie, you want to take over? Here comes Archie. He just opened the door.
He finished telling me good night. He finished telling me good night. So I'm going now. Archie, you mute?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes. Yeah, so got 4 minutes to end the show. Well, Mr. Hudson, I wanted to thank you. I know that it wasn't surprising to me that you pick up my call. But the fact that you joined us tonight on I Beg to Differ means a lot to us. And we know we can count on you whenever we call on you to come on the show and provide some of your rich knowledge and experience on matters of varying importance. And so I want to thank you tonight for coming, and I'll be calling you tomorrow again if the need be to come and join us, if you don't mind.
All right. I just told Nippy that y'all should please send me. You got my email. I think you got my email and my WhatsApp number.
Yes.
Please send me some information on the station on this what you're on.
Right.
And background, who organized it, what's the purpose. I understand what it is. I beg to differ, but just send me something so maybe I can encourage other people to listen to.
Yes, please.
Okay.
That would be great. That would be. We'll try. You will get President Buck on the platform, so we know that.
When people say we pray, we pray.
Say he started with the pellet thing, and he interpreted.
Camping time is different from governing time.
That's true.
Camping time is different from governing time, and no matter how you look at it, you gotta at least come to reconcile yourself with the fact that governing time will take your friend time up.
Mm-hmm.
Take up your friend time. Yeah. So send me that thing as soon as you can, and congratulations for what you are doing, because I think it's not only entertaining but very informative and uplifting in a lot of ways. We need to fight for our country. We can't give up. One of the things, let me just leave this last thought. One of the things that we keep forgetting as Liberians, that Liberia was a model, was an example of how Black people, the Black race, could manage its own affairs. Where would that go right, go left, come back? That's one of the big reasons that this effort was made, to see how something has gone wrong, because we seem not to have been living to that promise, to that purpose. Something has gone wrong. It was a challenge for Black people to prove that they could manage their own affairs credibly, successfully, and remarkably and recognizably. It was something wrong, my brothers.
Yeah.
And something has happened between our two different groups. Nippy, you can find a word for it. The one that came and the one that was there. Something has happened that there has not been a kind of a unifying approach to making this country meet its purpose, live up to its purpose. Something. And we need to find it. We'll not give up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But before you go, Mr. Houghton, I got something that hit my mind. You
Yeah.
talk about your father coming from Jamaica. What do you know of the UNIA and Mr. I can't say Mr. God, I take that back. I'm a Gaviat, so I got to call it the right way. The right Messiah, Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey, I must put it this way. Tubman was able to bring a lot of Jamaicans that came as a result of Marcus Garvey, that is, come back to Africa, Pan-Africanism.
Yes.
But my father came before that time. My father, one of the earlier ones, the 1944 group of West Indians and came were as a consequence. Most of them were as a consequence of the Marcus Garvey Pan-African Efforts program. But Omer Horton came on his own directive. But I believe, just like Blyden, you've heard about Wilmer Blyden, eh?
Blyden, yeah.
There were a couple of those fellows who came to Liberia on their own to go to that new land, that area there, that they felt they could feel their independence and their self-sufficiency, unlike living under the domain of segregation and discrimination and that sort of thing. They really went, I would say this not because of my father, but they really went to Africa because they felt an urge and a desire and a longing to go back to the homeland. Yeah. So Marcus Garvey, one of the main point was really to show that the Black man could rise above the level. You had what the other man named? Another Black man from the man with the peanut. You remember
Grover from Tuskegee.
Not Tuskegee, but not Grover.
Yeah, the guy. That Grover. He's the first thing that comes to me.
Yeah, I remember Elijah Johnson, who said for 21 years he was looking for a home, and here he found one, and here he will stay.
Yeah. But those are the people that really wanted to look at Africa in terms of how they could go back to the homeland with a purpose, not just to go, to go and look for having greener pastures, of course. But those are some of the things we need to be looking at and try to see how we can find ourselves. Why was Liberia first independent nation in Africa, excluding Ethiopia, which was a monarchy, more to speak. But why? How did we lose that? How did we lose that purpose, that mission, the vision for which we were supposed to have gone to? Our people went to meet our other brothers on the soil. Something wrong with the pollinational aspect of what should have taken place.
So it's George Washington Carver. It's not Grover, you're right.
Yes, yes, you got it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, bravo. You had two different mentalities there. One was let your bucket down where you are, and the other one that believed in educating or trying to become more educated and more informed.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, I think, was Carver, who was more or less saying, let your bucket down where you are. Where you are, make the best of it. That kind of mentality.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we need to look at some of these things because it will help our minds to see how we can bring things back to our present generation.
True. True. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like you said, Mr. Nippy has been a valuable participant. I say he's an asset to the show,
It's very
a
resourceful.
whole
It's
lot.
resourceful, very resourceful.
Yeah, very, very softly.
Pastor, everybody, all of them, everyone of you
Yes.
I'm impressed with.
And this is what I think. And I posted the show. I say the panelists on I beg to differ. These are well-rounded people. They're not just your passersby.
Yeah, yeah.
These are people.
They got their own point of view. They have their own point of views, and they will stand by it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
They will. They will.
Yeah.
Well.
All right then.
Okay, sir. Thank you for spending time.
Before I start telling story, let me go.
Okay, I'll do it, right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Horton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Horton.
Salute you, sir.
Oh my God, he's talking. We can hear you.
No, by the time over now, I go in. Archie?
Yeah.
I beg to leave you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
No, a second motion. Person will be on the show. Yeah.
Okay.
And I appreciate it. I'm about to been on the show. And as I told him, he must be a sticker on the show, yeah.
We'll try to do so.
For others show the way. So the new fighter, actually right.
Yeah.
I mean, our great hand, and our wisdom of the wise people.
True.
So, I was mad with Arnold.
Yeah, I think everyone I left. Let me say you and I on the show.
Because not because people like Arnold Nippy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I always say I'm on my way to the graveyard. My wife and my people say, don't lay down. I said, but I'm an old man. So I have to pave the way for the young people. I don't tell the young people know what I did. And advise them what they should do.
That's right.
I mean, you go find it as technology, but I'm happy, we brought Honorable Hutton on the show.
Yeah.
Actually, to
Mr. Newell, let me call you on your phone. Let me call you on the phone, okay? I'll call you on the phone. Let me shut the app down.
Jones. I show yeah.
You don't even hear me. I'm calling you on your phone, Mr. Newell.
Jones here. You are doing Dr. I think he is Dr. Jones.